Korean fairy tales, the rabbit and other legends. The Koreans are great students of nature. Nothing seems to escape their attention as they plod through the fields or saunter for pleasure over the green hills. A naturally picturesque landscape is preserved in its freshness by the law that forbids the cutting of timber or fuel in any but prescribed localities. The necessity that compels the peasants to carefully rake together all the dried grass and underbrush for fuel causes even the rugged mountain sides to present the appearance of a gentleman's well-kept park, from which the landscape gardener has been wisely excluded. Nature's beauty in Korea may be said to be enhanced rather than marred by the presence of man, since the bright tints of the ample costume worn by all lends a quaint charm to the view. The soil-begrimed white garments of the peasants that work in the fields are not especially attractive at short range, but the foot traveller, clad in a gorgeous gown of light-coloured muslin, adds a pleasant touch to the general effect, as the winds about the hills following one of the short-cut paths, while the flowing robes of brightly coloured silk worn by the frequent parties of gentry who may be met, strolling for recreation, are a positive attraction. Nor are these groups uncommon. The climate during most of the year is so delightful. The gentry are so eminently a people of leisure, and are so fond of sightseeing, games and music, that they may be continually met, taking a stroll through the country. As has been said, nothing out of doors seems to have escaped their attention. The flowers that carpet the earth from snow till snow have each been named, and their seasons are known. The maha indoors throws out its pretty sessile blossoms upon the leafless stem, sometimes before the snow has left, as though summer were born upon winter's bare arm, with no leafy spring to herald her approach. Then the autumn snows and frosts often arrive before the great chrysanthemums have ceased their blooming, while between the seasons of two heralds bloom myriads of pretty plants that should make up a veritable botanical paradise. Summer finds the whole hillsides covered with the delicate fluffy blooms of the pink azaleas, summoning forth the bands of beauty seekers who have already admired the peach and plum orchards. Great beds of nodding lilies of the valley usher in the harvest, and even the forest trees occasionally add their weight of blossoms to the general effect. The coming and going of birds is looked for, and the peculiarities and the music of each are known. As a rule, they are named in accordance with the notes they utter. The pigeon is the pedu key, the crow the ko-ma-gu, the swallow the chap pie, and so on. One bird, I think it is the oriole or oriole, is associated with a pretty legend to the effect that once upon a time one of the numerous ladies of court had a love affair with one of the palace officials, and Mr. Kim, it was discovered, and the poor thing lost her life. Her spirit could not be killed, however, and unappeased, it entered this bird, in which form she returned to the palace and sang, Kim po la go, Kim po, Kim po la go. Then, receiving no response, she would mournfully entreat, Kim po go sipso, Kim po go sipso. Now in the language of Korea, Kim po la go means call Kim or tell Kim to come, and Kim po go sipso means I want to see Kim. So even to this day, the women and children feel sad when they hear these plaintive notes, and unconsciously their hearts go out in pity for the poor lone lover who is ever searching in vain for a Kim. Another bird of sadness is the cuckoo, and the women dislike to hear its homesick notes echoing across the valleys. The pachu cook-rook is a bird that sings in the wild mountain places and warns people that robbers are near. When it comes to the hamlets and sings, the people know that the rice crop will be a failure, and that they will have to eat millet. The crow is in the great disfavour as it eats dead dog and brings the dread fever. Yim Bayung. The magpie, that's impudent, noisy, nuisance, however, is in great favour. So much so that his great ugly nest is safe from human disturbance, and his presence is quite acceptable, especially in the morning. He seems to be the champion of the swallows that colonise the thick roofs and build their little mud houses underneath the titles. For when one of their great lazy house snakes comes out to sun himself after a meal of young swallows, the bereaved parents and friends at once fly off for the saucy magpie, who comes promptly and dashes at the snake's head amid the encouraging jabbering of the swallows. They usually succeed in driving the reptile under the tiles. Should the magpie come to the house with his excuse for a song in the morning, good news may be expected during the day. Father will return from a long journey. Brother will succeed in his civil service examination and obtain rank, or good news will be brought by post. Should the magpie come in the afternoon with his jargon, a guest, not a friend, may be expected, with an appetite equal to that of a family of children. Well, if the magpie comes after dark, thieves may be dreaded. The office of house guard is also bestowed upon the domestic goose. Aside from its beauty, this bird is greatly esteemed for its daring in promptly sounding an alarm should any untimely visitor enter the court, as well as for its bravery in holding and pecking at, in some cases, driving out the intruder. The wild goose is one of the most highly prized birds in Korea. It always participates in the wedding ceremonies, for no man would think himself properly married had he not been presented by his bride with wild goose, even though the bird was simply hired for the occasion. The reason for this is that these observing people once noticed that a goose, whose mate was killed, returned to the place year after year to mourn her loss, and such consistency to seek by this pretty custom to command their wives. They further pledge each other at this time in these words: black is the hair that now crowns our head, yet when it has become white as fibres of the onion root, we shall still be found faithful to each other. The white heron seems to be the especial friend of man. Many are told tales of the assistance in rendered individuals. In one case, a generous-hearted creature is said to have pecked off its bill in its frantic attempts to ring a temple bell for the salvation of a man. One of the early stories relates to how a hunter, having shot an arrow through the head of a snake that was about to devour some newly hatched herons, was in turn saved by the mother bird, who pecked to death a snake that had gotten into the man's stomach while he was drinking at a spring. The pecking, further, was so expertly done as to not injure the man. The swallows are everywhere welcome, while their thievish sparrows are killed as often as possible. The former live in the roofs of the houses and usually awaken the inmates by their delight at chattering at each recurrence of dawn. A charming story is told of the swallows rewarding a kind man who had rescued it from a snake and bound up its broken leg. The anecdote is too long to be related in this connection further than to say that the bird gave man a seed which, being planted, brought him a vast fortune, while the seed given to his wicked brother who was cruel to the swallows worked his ruin. The bird held in the highest favour, however, is the stork. It is engraved in jade and gold and embroidered in silk as the insignia of rank for the nobility. It is the bird that soars above the battle and calls down success upon Korean arms. In its majestic flight it is supposed to mount to heaven, hence its wisdom, for it is reputed to be a very wise bird. A man once said to have ridden to heaven on the back of a huge stork, and judging from the great strength of the pair the writer once had as pets, the people are warranted in believing that, in the marvellous days of the ancients, these birds were used for purposes of transportation. The animals too have their stories, and in Korea, as in some other parts of the world, the rabbit seems to come off best, as a rule. One very good story is told concerning a scrape the rabbit got himself into because of his curiosity, but out of which he extricated himself as an expense of the whole fraternity of water animals. It seems that no one on occasion, the king of fishes, was a little indiscreet, and while snapping greedily at a worm, got a hook through his nose. He succeeded in breaking the line, and escaped, having his royal bones picked by some hungry mortal. But he was still in great dilemma, for he could in no way remove the cruel hook. His finny majesty grew very ill. All the officials of his kingdom were summoned and met in solemn council. From the turtle to the whale, each one wore an anxious expression, and did his best at thinking. At last the turtle was asked for his opinion, and announced his firm belief that a poultice made from the fresh eye of rabbit would remove the disorder of their sovereign at once. He was listened to attentively, but his plan was conceded to be impractical, since they had no fresh rabbit eyes or any means of obtaining them. Then the turtle again came to the rescue, and said that he had a passing acquaintance with the rabbit, whom he had occasionally seen when walking along the beach, and that he would endeavour to bring him to the palace, if the doctor would then take charge of his work, for the sight of blood disagreed with him, and he would ask to absent himself from the further conduct of the case. He was royally thanked for his offer and sent off in haste, realizing full well that his career was made in case he succeeded, while he would be very much unmade if he failed. I was a very hot day as the fat turtle dragged himself up the hillside, where he fortunately espied the rabbit. The latter, having jumped away a short distance, cocked his ears and looked over his back to see who was approaching. Perceiving the turtle, he went over and accosted him with, "What are you doing away up here, sir?" "I simply came up for a view. I've always heard that the view over the water from the hills was excellent, but I can't say it pays one for the trouble of coming up." And the turtle wiped off his long neck and stretched himself out to the cool air breeze. "You are not high enough. Just come with me if you want to see a view." And the rabbit straightened up as if to start. "No, indeed. I have had enough for once. I prefer the water. Why, you should see the magnificent sights down there. The beautiful green forests of waving trees, mountains of cool stones, valleys and caves, great open plains, made beautiful by companies of brightly robed fish, royal processions from our palaces, and best of all, the water bears you up and you go, everywhere, without exertion. No, let me return. You have nothing on this dry, hot earth worth seeing." The turtle turned to go, but the rabbit musingly followed. At length he said, "Don't you have any difficulty in the water? Doesn't it get in your eyes and your mouth?" For he longed in his heart to see the strange sights. "Oh no, it bothers us no more than air, after we have once become accustomed to it," said the turtle. "I should very much like to see this place," said the rabbit, rather to himself, "but it's no use. I couldn't live in water like a fish." Why certainly not," said the turtle, concealed his excitement under the air of indifference. "You could get along by yourself, but if you really wish to see something that will surprise you, you may get on my back. Give me your forepaws and I will take you down all right." After some further assurance, the rabbit accepted the apparently generous offer, and on arriving at the beach, he allowed himself to be firmly fixed to the turtle's back, and down they went in the water, to the great discomfort of the rabbit, who, however, eventually became so accustomed to the water that he did not mind it much. He was charmed and bewildered by the magnificence of everything he saw, and especially by the gorgeous palace, through which he was escorted by attendant fishes, to the sick chamber of the king, where he found a great council of learned doctors, who welcomed him very warmly. While sitting in an elegant chair and gazing about at the surrounding magnificence, he chanced to hear a discussion concerning the best way of securing his eyes before he should die. He was filled with horror, and questioning an attendant, the whole plot was explained to him. The poor fellow scratched his head and wondered if he could ever get out of the palace alive. At last, a happy thought struck him. He explained to them that he always carries about 2 pairs of eyes, his real ones, a pair made of mountain crystals, to be used in very dusty weather. Fearing that the water would injure his real eyes, he'd buried them in the sand before getting upon the turtle's back, and was now using his crystal ones. He further expressed himself as most willing to let them have one of his real eyes, with which to cure his majesty's disorder, and assured them that he believed one eye would answer the purpose. He gave them to understand that he felt highly honoured as being allowed to assist in such important work, and declared that if he would give them the necessary order, he would hasten on the turtle's back to the spot where he had buried the eyes and return speedily with one. Marvelling much at the rabbit's courtesy, the fishers slunk away into the corners, for very shame at their own rude conduct in forcibly kidnapping him, when a simple request would have accomplished their purpose. The turtle was rather roughly commanded to carry the guest to the place designated, which he did. Once released by the turtle to dig for the eyes in the sand, the rabbit shook the water from his coat, winking at his clumsy betrayer, told him to dig for the eyes himself, that he only had one pair, and those he intended to keep. With that, he tore away up the mountainside, and as ever after being careful to give the turtle a wide berth. And that's the story of the birds and obviously all the, little tales. I love them. But that's the Korean tale of the rabbit. It's very beautiful. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello, it's Wisteria here. Welcome to another episode of Korean Fairy Tales. Something that I'm very interested in myself, so I thought why not do it here. The King of Flowers is the next one. Korea is a land of beautiful scenery and lovely flowers. Snow white and ruby red are their chief colours. In the springtime, when the ice has melted and the rivers have poured their floods into the sea, the whole country blushes with the pink bloom of azaleas. The glens are white with lilies of the valley. The breezes, as they sweep the land, come laden with perfume. The girls mark the season of the year and the time of the month by the blossoms even more than by the almanac, for they keep in mind the calendar of flowers. Daughters that are especially beloved of their parents are named from the blossoms, and the Korean house father, when affectionate, speaks of his wife as a plum tree. An old song says, the homesick husband, long away from his dear ones, inquires of a fellow townsman newly arrived. Have you seen my native land? Come tell me all you know. Did just before the old home door the plum tree blossom show? And the stranger answers promptly, they were in bloom, though pale 'tis true, and sad from waiting long for you. This is like the Scotsman who calls his wife Bonnie Braebush. From the land of morning glow, they have a language of flowers. Each plant and blossom has a meaning, and either delightful or disagreeable associations. It is a compliment to speak of a girl as a pear blossom, for the pear is one of the most glorious of trees, and its blooms are lovely to behold. It would hardly do, however, to call her a cinnamon rose, for this flower has evil associations. The jisang, as the Koreans pronounce the name of the geisha, as the Japanese call the dancing girls, are associated with the cinnamon rose, for did not the sages tell this story? 12 centuries ago lived the renowned scholar Su Chong, the greatest of all the learned men of Korea. His head was full of knowledge, as a persimmon is of pulp, and his ideas were as numerous as seeds in the pomegranate. He taught his countrymen all that was in the books of China, and in the temple of Confucius his portrait hangs to this day. He lived in the kingdom of Silla, In the days of its glory, when ships from Japan and China sailed into its seaports, and the Arabs from Baghdad brought their pretty wares to exchange for gold, ginseng, camphor, porcelain, cinnamon, ginger and tiger skins, to take to their renowned Caliph, and his turbaned nobles at court, of whom we read in the Arabian Nights. When the king of Silla, Sidmun, was living in luxury and filling his palace with too many pretty dancing girls, who distracted his mind from attending properly to the affairs of the state. So Chung warned his master against the increasing influence of these women by telling him the very following story. Once upon a time, in spring, the peony king of flowers blossomed so gorgeously that it became the admiration of all the lovers of beauty in the whole country. Hundreds of people made long journeys to the capital of Silla to see the bright blossoms. In the king's gardens, on very tall stalks, the many branches were heavily laden with large red flowers. These were indeed lovely to behold. But the king of the whole garden was a single peony, grown on one stem, so that all the strength and nourishment of the plant was concentrated in that one unique royal bloom. All saluted this flower as king. When all the other flowers heard of their king's glory, they came to pay their respects at the floral court, of which the peony was sovereign. All the trees sent their choicest blooms as envoys, in one glorious procession of perfume and colour. The peach, plum, pear, apple, and persimmon trooped in, each making its obeisance to monarch of all flowers. All these tree blossoms prided themselves on being so useful to man as harbingers of the delicious fruits to come. Then, among the bright throng appeared sprightly young virgin flowers, the tea rose impelled into frock, the azalea in pink, the lily in white, the strawberry blossom, and the score of other pretty creatures of the garden. Last of all appeared the cinnamon rose. She tripped nimbly along in a green skirt and red jacket, with haughty air and breath of spice. One after the other they were presented to King Pony and gracefully made their salute. But of them all, the king seemed to favour most Miss Cinnamon Flower. He let the others pass out from the court, but lingered long with the spicy visitor, spending much time in her society, as if smitten with her charms. By and by he invited Miss Cinnamon Rose to come and live in the palace, leaving his ministers to carry on the government. He spent all his time in her society. She was installed in a place near his majesty, and seemed always to have his ear and attention, even when the king's prime minister had to wait long for an audience, or even a word. Miss Cinnamon Rose seemed to be the real ruler instead of the king himself. But one day there came to the palace the flower called Older Man. He looked exactly like an aged beggar, dressed in sackcloth and leaning on a staff. Respectfully bowing, he asked if he might share the hospitality of the king's palace. He was welcomed and fed, partaking of the royal bounty. When at last he was given audience of King Pony, and was invited to speak, he said, "Out along the road, your majesty, I heard of your rich feast and good things to eat. Now I hear that you need medicine, although you dress in Chinese silk, and are none are equal to you in the magnificence of your robes and splendor of your court. Yet you're much like me in your wants. You need a common knife string, as well as I." "It is not so. You are quite right, old man," replied the king. "Yet I like the cinnamon rose and want her with me. I cannot do without her." "Yes, your majesty, yet it is not true that if you keep company with the wise and prudent, your reign will be long, powerful and glorious. But if you consort with the foolish, your house will fall. Did not 3 dynasties of the emperors of Great China fall because of the beautiful women who tempted their majesties to forget their duties? If it were so with the ancients, how much more so is it now?" The king blushed, even to deep crimson. He confessed his faults and reformed his life. It is said the lesson was not lost on real human king. He dismissed his harem, sent away the dancing girls, and ruled wisely till the day of his death. The end. And that is another Korean tale Very beautiful, isn't it? Very beautiful indeed. Thank you so much for listening. I truly appreciate it. And many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and the continuation of Korean fairy tales. A story of the fox. The fox. Orientals say that among the long-lived creatures are the tortoise, the deer, the crane, and the fox, and that these long-lived ones attain to special states of spiritual refinement. If trees exist through long ages, they become coal. If pine resin endures, it becomes amber. So the fox, if it lives long, while it never becomes an angel or spiritual being, as man does, takes on various metamorphoses and appears on earth in various forms. Yai was the son of a minister. He passed his examinations and held high office. When his father was governor of Pyongan province, Kawai was a little boy and accompanied him. The governor's first wife being dead, Kawai's stepmother was the mistress of the home. Once, when His Excellency had gone out on an inspecting tour, the yamen was left vacant, and Kwai was there with her. In the rear garden of the official quarters was a pavilion called the Hill Pagoda that was connected by a narrow gateway with the public hall. Frequently, Kwai took one of the yeoman boys with him and went there to study, and once at night, when it had grown late, the boy who accompanied him had taken his departure. The door opened suddenly, and a young woman came in. Her clothes were neat and clean, and she was very pretty. Kwai looked carefully at her, but did not recognize her. She was evidently a stranger. There was no such person among the dancing girls of a yamen. He remained looking at her, in doubt as to who she was, while she, on the other hand, took a place in the corner of the room and said, "Nothing." "Who are you?" he asked. She merely laughed and made no reply. He called her. She came and knelt down before him, and he took her by the hand and patted her shoulder, as though he greeted her favourably. The woman smiled and pretended to enjoy it. He concluded, however, that she was not a real woman, but a goblin of some kind, perhaps a fox, and what to do he knew not. Suddenly he decided on a plan. He caught her, swung her on his back, and rushed out through the gate into the yamen quarters, where he shouted at the top of his voice for his stepmother and servants to come. It was midnight, and all were asleep. No one replied, and no one came. The woman, then, being on his back, bit him furiously at the nape of the neck. By this he knew that she was a fox. Unable to stand the pain of it, he loosened his grasp. When she jumped to the ground and made her escape, was never seen no more. What a pity that no one came to Kwai's rescue, and so made sure of the beast. In Bang. Well, the next one is Cheong Puk Chang, the seer. I'd love to know what the seer is in Korean, because my grandma always called me the seer, S-E-E-R, exactly the same way. I apologize if my pronunciation is wrong. I am not Korean. I do not know the Korean language, but I am trying my best. Cheong Puk Chang. The Yok Kyu Sul, one of Korea's noted histories, says of Cheong Puk Chang that he was pure in purpose and without selfish ambition. He was superior to all others in his marvellous gifts. For him to read a book once was to know it by heart. There was nothing that he could not understand. Astronomy, geology, music, medicine, mathematics, fortune-telling, and Chinese characters, which he knew by intuition, not from study. He followed his father in the train of the envoy to Peking, and there talked to all strange peoples whom he met without any preparation. They all wondered at him and called him the Mystery. He knew, too, the meaning of the calls of birds and beasts, and while he lived in the mountains he could see and tell what people were doing in the distant valley, indicating what was going on in each house, which upon investigation was found in each case to be true. He was a Taoist and received strange revelations. While in Peking, there met him envoys from the court of Lu Chu, or Lo Chu, or Lu Chu, is L-O-O-C-H-O-O, who also were prophets. While in their own country they had studied the horoscope, and on going into China knew that they were to meet a holy man. As they went on the way, they asked concerning this mysterious being, at last reached Peking. Inquiring, they went from one envoy station to another till they met Chiang Puk Chang, when a great fear came upon them, and they fell prostrate to the earth. They took from their baggage a little book inscribed, in such a year, on such a day, at such an hour, in such a place, you shall meet a holy man. If this does not mean, Your Excellency, said they, whom can it mean? They asked that he would teach them the sacred book of changes, and he responded by teaching it in their own language. At that time the various envoys, hearing of this, contended with each other as to who should first see the marvellous stranger, and he spoke to each in his own tongue. They all, greatly amazed, said, He is indeed a man of God. Someone asked him, saying, There are those who understand the sounds of birds and beasts, but foreign languages have to be learned to be known. How can you speak them without study? Puk Chang replied, I do not know them from having learned them, but I know them unconsciously. Oh, that's what I tend to do. Wow. Puk Chang was acquainted with the three religions, but he considered Confucianism as the first. Confucianism. Its writings, as handed down, said he, teach us filial piety and reverence. The learning of the sages deals with relationships among men, not with spiritual mysteries, but Taoism and Buddhism deal with the examination of the soul and the heart, and so with things above and not with things on earth. This is a difference. At 32 years of age, he matriculated, but had no interest in further, literally, study. He became instead an official teacher of medicine, astrology, and mathematics. He was a fine whistler, we are told. And once, when he had climbed to the highest peak of the Diamond Mountains, and there whistled, the echoes resounded through the hills, and the priest was startled and wondered whose flute was playing. There is a term in Korea which reads, He an pang kwang, spiritual eye, distant vision. The seeing of things in the distance. This pertains to both Taoists and Buddhists. It is that when the student reaches a certain stage in his progress, the soft part of his head returns to the primal thinness that is seen in the child to rise and fall when he breathes. From this part of the head go forth 5 rays of light that shoot out and up more and more as the student advances in the spiritual way. As far as they extend, so is the spiritual vision perfected, until at last a Korean sufficiently advanced could sit and stay and say, In London today, yes, in London today, such and such and a great affair is taking place. For example, Sohatam, who was a Taoist sage, once was seen to laugh to himself as he sat with his eyes closed. When asked what he was laughing at, said, Just now, in the monastery of Ha Hin, 300 miles distance, there's a great feast going on. The priest and the huge kettle of the bean gruel has tumbled in, but the others do not know this and are eating the soup. News came from the monastery later that proved what the sage was seeing was actually true. The history of Confucius, too, deals with this when it tells of going to his disciple Anya and looking off from the Tai Mountains of Shantung toward the kingdom of On. Confucius asked Anya if he could see anything, and Anya replied, I see white horses tied at the gates of On. Confucius said, No, no, your vision is imperfect. Desist from looking. They are not white horses, but rolls of white silk hung out for bleaching. The story. The master Puk Chang was a noted Korean. From the time of his birth, he was a wonderful mystery. In reading a book, if he but glanced through it, he could recall it in word for word. Without any special study, he became master of astronomy, geology, medicine, fortune-telling, music, mathematics, geometry, and so truly a specialist. He was known now as them all. He was thoroughly versed in great religions, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. He talked constantly of what people could not possibly comprehend. He understood the sound of birds, the voice of nature, and much else. He accompanied his father in boyhood days when he went to envoy to Peking. At that time, strange barbarian people used also to come and pay their tribute. Puk Chang picked up acquaintance with them on the way. Hearing their language but once, he was readily able to communicate with him. His own countrymen who accompanied him were not the only ones astonished, nor the Chinamen themselves, but the barbarians as well. There are numerous interesting stories hinted at in the history of Puk Chang, but few suitable records were made of them, and so many are lost. There is only but that one, the one that I remember, comes through trustworthy witness though. Puk Chang, on a certain day, went to visit his paternal aunt. She asked him to be seated, and as they talked together, said to him, I know some harvesting to do in Yongnam County, and sent a servant to see it. His return is overdue, and yet he does not come. I am afraid he's fallen in with thieves, or chanced on a fire, or some other misfortune. Puk Chang replied, Shall I tell you how it goes with him, and how far he has come on the way? She laughed, saying, Do you mean to joke about it? Puk Chang, from where he was sitting, looked off apparently to the far south, and at last said to his aunt, He is just now crossing the hill called Bird Pass in Mun Kayong County, Sang province. Hello, he's getting a beating just now from a passing young man, gentleman, but I see it is his own fault, so you need not trouble about him. The aunt laughed and asked, Where should he be beaten? What is the reason, pray? Puk Chang replied, It seems this official was eating his dinner at the top of a hill when your servant rode by him without dismounting. The gentleman was naturally very angry. Had his servants arrest your man, pull him from his horse, and beat him over the face with their rough straw shoes. The aunt could not believe it true, but treated the matter as a joke. Yet Puk Chang did not seem to be joking. Interested and curious, she made a note of the day on the wall after Puk Chang had taken his departure, when the servant returned. She asked him what day he had come over Bird Pass. It proved to be the day recorded. She also added, Did you get into trouble with the young man there when you came by? The servant gave a startled look and asked, How do you know? He then told all about what happened to him, and it was just as Puk Chang had given it, even to the very smallest detail. The end. Thank you for listening to these Korean fairy tales. Aren't they beautiful? Anyway, join me again for some more soon. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Korean fairy tales. This fairy tale is called Cat Kin and the Queen Mother. Korea is called the land of plum blossom, but in the winter the rivers freeze over. Then the men cut through the ice, which is often several feet thick, to catch with their fishing lines and hooks the fish that swim in the water beneath. Yet they are very glad to welcome any sign of the coming spring, and they watch eagerly for the pussy willows to show themselves. Now there was a farmer who lived in Naipo, which is the grain garden of the Korean peninsula, who wanted a little daughter, though other parents cared more for sons. One day, Farmer Pak for that was his name, discovered a pussy willow which seemed to him, after a long winter, like a light shining in a dark place. He plucked it and carried proudly home this branch full of fuzzy little buds. This was in sign of his happiness at the return of spring. He was tired of ice and snow, and now he knew that soon the gloomy hills would burst into glory of bright colours from the blooming flowers, and look like an army with flags. That same day his prayers were answered, and a little girl was born in his home. Giving the pussy willow to his wife, he said, "We shall name our baby Catkin." That is, little puss. A catkin never saw a cradle for the Korean mothers carrying their babies on their backs. She was soon out of infancy, and then it was not long before she was standing up and toddling about and playing with her doggy and pet Bull. These little pets on four legs usually take the place of kittens in a country home in Korea, for the cats are wild and do not allow children to fondle them. Long before she was a dozen years old, a catkin became very fond of fairy stories, of which Korea had a great many, besides thousands of tales of wonderful people and animals and what happened to them. She often looked up towards the high hills and distant mountains, where she thought the fairies, dragons, ogres, and tigers lived. Here also dwelt the sennin, or mountain spirits, wise and good, of whom the old people talked, and the soldiers painted on their banners when they went to war. When about 8 years old, Catkin wanted very much to walk up towards the North Star, which her father showed her shining in the heavens. He'd once travelled up into one of the northern provinces, where during the daytime he could see afar off the great snow-white mass of the ever-white mountain rising up to meet the azure sky. There, at the top, he heard, lay the dragon Prince's Pool, out of which flowed the two rivers that made Korea an island. One was named Duman and the other Yalu, after the beautiful green and blue sheen on the feathers of the drake's back. So richly coloured were its shining waters. When her father told of his travels, Catkin longed to go north, to get to the very top and touch the sky. But this she knew she could not do, even if she had long legs and were as strong as a man, for tigers were very numerous, and they were always roaming about. These yellow and black striped brutes were man-eaters. They loved nothing better for a good dinner than a young girl. So as she did not know any way of getting to the top of the ever-white mountains and of seeing the deep blue waters of the pool, except by riding on the back of a dragon, which she sometimes dreamed of, she was waiting and waiting for one of these flying creatures to come, yet it never came. Catkin was bound to have fairies visit her, if possible. So one day, sitting under a persimmon tree, reading a story, she held the book in one hand while she struck the ground several times, saying earnestly, Earth Spirit, come to me, come up and see me." And all of a sudden, the air seemed heavy with sweet perfume. A silver mist like a cloud spread over her house and garden. Then a dazzling light flooded everywhere, and there stood before her a glistening chariot, made of blue jade with golden wheels. It was drawn by milk-white horses, and on a seat of shining silver sat the Western Heavenly Queen Mother herself. Attendant upon the Queen Mother were thousands of most beautiful maidens, who were all dressed in resplendent robes. They wore amber ornaments, silver girdles, necklaces of precious stones, silken robes with many tassels. Their feet shod with gold-embroidered velvet slippers, and on their heads were caps of gold studded with glittering gems. Catkin could hardly count the rich ornaments, necklaces, breast chains, and jade wands, like sceptres, which they held in their hands. These were shaped like lotus flowers. The faces of all those maidens were rosy, their eyes sparkled, and all had small hands and feet. In a voice of great sweetness that sounded like music, the Heavenly Queen Mother looked at Catkin and spoke to her, saying, "Come forward, little maid. Fear not. I shall not take you with me to my palace. in the island of gems and give you all you want. Besides, showering blessings on your people, if you will come. Catkin did not feel at all timid or frightened, but came boldly forward and knelt at the base of the chariot. The Mother Queen first touched her with a milk-white jade wand that was carved like a lotus bud and made the little girl rise. In a moment more, a silver chariot with wheels made of turquoise, drawn by two young milk-white dragons, wheeled up close to her, and the attendant lady in golden robes bade her step in. The dragons were fierce, powerful, fire-breathing creatures with wide spreading wings, and their bodies and tails together were of the length of whales, while their eyes darted fire. Yet Catkin was not afraid at all. She thought it was great fun. Then up, through, and far above the clouds, the host of bright beings flew. They followed the Queen Mother's chariot until, far away, they poised in mid-sky. Catkin was told to look over the side of the chariot to the earth and ocean, miles and miles below. She was asked if she could recognize her father's cottage, but she could not. The whole village looked only like a grey mass of thatched roofs, and she could pick out only the temple. There, spread out, was the great sea, as blue as a sapphire, and deep places it was green, like an emerald. But she could not see no ships, nor any coast or shores, not any range of mountains, nor signs of the land of Korea. Nothing but ripples and waves were visible. Yet, in the centre of the azure sea was an island. The trees were emeralds, and the roofs of the houses were of gold, and the windows diamonds. They were so full of light that no lamps were necessary. Beautiful beings, all maidens, so lovely in garb and face as those who filled the train of the Queen Mother, walked or played or sang in the gardens, or swam and sported in the sapphire waves, or rowed and sailed about in boats that seemed as if they were made of marble. They were so white. At a signal from the Queen, the singing ceased. Then there rose up, wave upon wave of sweetest melody, from the players on instruments who were in the gardens below. Catkin thought she heard at intervals the chorus, sounding out the words, rising upward like pulses through the air. Welcome, lovely mortal, our Queen invites and we greet thee. Manifold be her gifts to thee and thine. Come, thou, honoured among all Korean maidens, come to us and join our band, and we shall love thee as one of ourselves. In the wink of a falcon's eye, so short a time it seemed, the Mother Queen and her host descended, and the chariots touched the island. The bevy of radiant maidens came forward, some to attend Queen Mother and some to lead Catkin into her own room in the palace. There the most gorgeous robes were put on her, beside a cap begemmed with glittering precious stones of various colours, and a pair of gold-embroidered velvet slippers. Catkin was surprised when one of the shining maidens set a royal tiara adorned with 5 gems upon her brow. For me? She asked in surprise. Yes, for you, whom the heavenly Mother Queen would honour. And what do these 5 gems, jade, crystal, malachite, amber and agate, signify? Asked Catkin. Ah, that is not for us to tell you, but the Queen Mother ordered these. Tomorrow she will explain to you the secret of each gem. Catkin walked about freely, enjoying the lovely sight and sounds. She ate with keen appetite, and to her full of delicacies set on the table before her. Yet never once did she feel sleepy, nor see any beds, nor hear anyone talk of retiring. She wondered what they meant when they said tomorrow, for she could not see no sun or moon or twilight. However, she did not think long about such things, and by forgot all about them. When the entire court and all most of the Queen Mother's attendants had assembled, Her Majesty's Chamberlain read the proclamation, which declared that the Queen looked with great favour upon Korean people and had decided to bestow great gifts upon them. For this purpose, she had selected and brought her Palace, the Korean maid named Catkin, to endow them through this, their daughter, with 5 precious traits of disposition and character. In token of gracious thought and tender love, Her Majesty will now present and explain the meaning of 5 precious gems: jade, crystal, malachite, amber, and agate. Catkin kneeled down before the Queen, who placed in Catkin's hands the shining gems. With an attendant fairy, took them from her opened palm and placed each one of them on vermilion velvet edged with gold. Then 5 maidens stood by, each with a gem laid on a cushion. After the ceremony of presentation was over, the Queen made a speech which told the Korean maiden's fortune and the future. Catkin would be sent back over the clouds and ocean to the king's palace in the capital of her own land, and there be made a princess. And many nobles and king's sons from other countries, hearing of her beauty and a wonderful visit to the island of gems, would come to pay her court as suitors. Many would ask for her hand to be wedded to her, but she would marry none but the king's son, a prince of her own people. Take these gems, fair maiden, and bestow their virtues and what they mean upon your people, said the Queen. 1,000 years from now, and as men count time, we together will visit Korea again. Then both the Queen and Catkin, stepping into the silver chariot, drawn by the fire-breathing dragons, plunged on and mounted up into space. First they sailed over clouds and then dipped downwards, steering to Korea and over mountains, bearing their precious charge of the capital. They reached the ground in a cloud, and the wheels of the chariot stood still before the palace gate. Yet, before any mortal eyes could see their full forms, the Queen, Mother, and the dragons had disappeared, and Catkin stood alone, as a resplendent maiden of dazzling appearance, and in robes given by the heavenly Queen Mother, which all recognized at once as coming from the island of gems. A throng of court ladies and palace attendants, and a long line of nobles and princes were already waiting for the maiden, who they knew came gift-laden from the Queen Mother, of whom all heard from childhood. The 5 gems were laid, each in a covered casket of perfume wood, encrusted with a gold, on top and inlaid in mother of pearl. Escorted into the throne room by the bevy of princesses, the heavenly mother's gifts in the 5 caskets were reverently placed on silken fans, spread out on a table, having on its top the 5 cushions of crimson velvet. Then, by lot and word of diviners, the choice of the first drawing was awarded to the Prince of Fair Face, and Mien. The other 4 nobles, one by one in turn, approached, and each was allowed to choose one of the caskets, all of which looked alike, and none was able to be opened until the possessor was in his own home. Now these were gifts for body and mind, of which the polished gems were the tokens. According to each prince chosen received, so with the trait which each gem signified, would his children and posterity be endowed. In the course of centuries, these would become the national features of 20 millions of Koreans. One by one, the caskets were opened by each prince, and therein he discovered what was the trait and character of the Korean people. These were procrastination, putting off until tomorrow or some other time what ought to be done today, keeping back not only one person, but the whole nation. Hospitality, always glad to see friends, to entertain people, even strangers, take care of relations, even to making of oneself poor, a habit carried too far as the years and centuries rolled on. Inexactness, the habit of not usually thinking clearly, counting correctly, or stating facts precisely, and when telling a story of blowing a conch, that is, of exaggerating. Love of family, how the mothers and fathers in Korea do love their children, their kinsfolk and their relatives. Sense of humor, a Korean can always see the funny side of things. He loves to joke and bears his troubles well, because he likes to smile. As for the girls, they laugh so easily as rain falls, or the flowers bloom. And what the Queen Mother predicted came true. Just as 5 fingers make up the hand, so the average people among the Koreans are known by the 5 traits, for better or for worse. And that is the end of our next Korean fairy tale. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Korean Fairy Tales. This is called The Wild Cat woman. Kim Soo-ik was a native of Seoul who matriculated in 1624 and graduated in 1630. In 1636, when the king made his escape to Namhan from the invading Manchu army, Kim Soo-ik accompanied him. He opposed any yielding to China or any treaty with them, but because his counsel was not received, he withdrew from public life. Tong Chung, so was a Chinaman of great note. He once desired to give himself up to study and did not go out of his room for 3 years. During this time, a young man, one day, called on him, and while he stood waiting, said to himself, "It will rain today." Tong replied at once, "If you are not a fox, you are a wild cat. Out of this." The man at once ran away. Now he came to know this was from the words, "Birds that live in the trees know what the wind will blow. Beasts that live in the ground know when it's going to rain." The wild cat unconsciously told himself. The story. The former magistrate of Kwelpat, Kim Soo-ik, lived inside of the south gate of Seoul. When he was young, it was his habit to study Chinese daily until late at night. Once, when feeling hungry, he called for his wife to bring him something to eat. The wife replied, "We have nothing in the house except 7 or 8 chestnuts. Shall I roast these? I'll bring them to you." But Kim replied, "Good, bring them." The servants were asleep, and there was no one on hand to answer a call. So the wife went to the kitchen, made a fire and cooked them herself. Kim waited, meanwhile, for her to come. After a little while, she brought them in a hand basket, cooked and ready served for him. Kim ate and enjoyed them much. Meanwhile, she sat before his desk and waited. Suddenly, the door opened, and another person entered. Kim raised his eyes to see, and there was the exact duplicate of his wife, with a basket in a hand and roasted chestnuts. As he looked at both of them beneath the light, the two women were perfect, facsimiles of each other. The two also looked back and forth in alarm, saying, "Who's this? What's this that's happened? Oh, who are you?" Kim once again received the roasted nuts, laid them down, and then took firm hold of each woman. The first one by the right hand, the second by the left, holding fast till the break of day. At last the cocks crew, and the east began to lighten. The one whose right hand he had held said, "Why do you hold me so? It hurts. Let me go." She shook and tugged, but Kim held all the tighter. And a little after struggling, she fell to the floor and suddenly changed into a wild cat. Kim, in fear and surprise, let her go, and she made her escape through the door. What a pity that he did not make the beast fast for good and all. A note. Foxes turning into women and deceiving people is told of in Kuang Kao and other Chinese novels, but the wild cat's transformation is more wonderful still, and something that's hardly heard of. By what law do creatures, little foxes and wild cats so change? I am unable to find any law that governs it. Some say that the fox carries a magic charm by which he does these magic things, but can this account for a wild cat? The next, the ill-fated priest. A certain scribe of Chungcheong province, whose name was Kim Kyong-jin, once told me the following story, said he. In the year 1640, and I was journeying past Bighorn Bridge in Taing County, I was a scholar who, with his 4 or 5 servants, had met with some accident, and all were reduced to a state of unconsciousness, lying by the riverside. I asked the reason for what had befallen them, and they at last said in reply, "We were eating our noon meal by the side of the road, when a Buddhist priest came by, a proud, arrogant fellow, who refused to bow or show any recognition of us. One of our servants, indignant of this, shouted at him. The priest, however, beat him with a stick, and when others went to help, he beat them also. So they were completely worsted and unable to rise or walk. He then scolded the scholar, saying, "You did not reprehend your servants for their insult to me, so I have to take it out on you as well." The Buddhist gave him a number of vicious blows, so that he completely collapsed. And when I looked, there was the priest, a liar to a head. Just then a military man, aged about 40 or so, came my way. He was poor in flesh and seemed to have no strength, riding a cadaverous pony. He came shuffling along, a boy accompanying him, carrying his hat over, and bow and arrows. He arrived at the stream, and, seeing the people in their plight, asked the cause. The officer was angry and said, "Yonder impudent priest, endowing no end of brute force, he has attacked my people and me." "Indeed," said the stranger, "I've been aware of him for a long time, and I've decided to rid the earth of him. But I have never had the opportunity before. Now that I have at last come on him, I'm determined to have satisfaction." So he dismounted from his horse, tightened his girth, took his bow and arrow, and at a fist head, and made off at a gallop after the priest. Soon he overtook him. Just as the priest looked back, the archer let fly with his arrow, which entered deep into the chest. He then dismounted, drew his sword, pierced the two hands of the priest, passed a string through them, tied him to his horse's tail, and came triumphantly back to where the scholar lay and said, "Now do with this fellow as you please. I am going." The scholar bowed before the archer, thanked him, asked him place of residence and name. He replied, "My home is the county of Ko Chang," but he did not give his name. The scholar looked at the priest, and never before had he seen so powerful a giant. But now, with his chest shot through and his hands pierced, he was unable to speak. So they arose, made mincemeat of him, and went on their way, rejoicing. That's the end of that one, guys. Wow. These are really interesting. They're like nothing I've never heard of before, so I quite enjoy them, so I hope you enjoy them as well. And the next is The Vision of the Holy Man. Yi Chi Ham, Master to Zhang. A story is told of him that on the day after his wedding he went out with his topo ceremonial coat on, but came back later without it. On inquiry being made, it was found that he had torn it into pieces to serve as bandages for a sick child that he had met on his walk. Once a time he had an impression that his father-in-law's home was shortly to be overtaken by great disaster. He therefore took his wife and disappeared from the place. In the year following, for some political offence, the home was indeed wiped out and the family wholly destroyed. So Zhang was not only a prophet, but also a magician. As was shown by his handling of a boat. When he took to sea, the waters lay quiet before him, and all his path was peace. When he would be absent sometimes for a year or more, voyaging in many parts of the world, he practiced fasting, and would go sometimes for months without eating. He also overcame thirst, and in the hot days of summer would avoid drinking. He stifled all pain and suffering, so that when he walked, and his feet were blistered, he paid no attention to it. While young he was a disciple of famous Taoist, Sowadam. As his follower, he used to dress in grass cloth, the poor man's garb, wear straw shoes and carry his bundle on his back. He wouldn't be on familiar terms with ministers of state, and yet show no indifference to their greatness and pomp. He was acquainted with various magic practices, so that in boating he used to hang out gourd cups at each corner of the boat. Thus equipped, he went many times to and from Quailpot, never met a wind. He did merchandising, made money, bought land which yielded several thousand bags of rice that he distributed among the poor. He lived in Seoul and also dug out, so that his name became Mud Pavilion or Taeyong. His cap was made of metal, which he used to cook his food in, and which he then washed and put back on his head again. He used also to wear wooden shoes and ride on a pack saddle. He built a house for the poor in Asan country, where he was the magistrate there. He gathered in all the needy and had them turn to and work at whatever they had any skill, so that they lived and flourished. When anyone had no special ability, he had them weave straw shoes. He urged them on till the day they could make as many as 10 pairs. Yulgok said of him that he was a dreamer, not suitable for the matter-of-fact world, because he belonged to the realm of flowers and pretty birds, songs and sweet breezes, and not the common clay of corn and beef and radishes. Tuyong heard this and replied, "Though I am not of a kind equal to beans and corn, still I will rank with acorns and chestnuts. Why am I wholly useless?" So then we have Korea's record of famous men. Teacher Taeyong was once upon a time a merchant, and his merchandising went as far as EC. One night he slept in a fishing village on the shore. At that time another stranger called, who was to be I-in, or holy man, or I-in, holy man. The three met and talked till late night. The master of the house, the holy man, and Taeyong, it was very clear and beautifully calm. The holy man looked for a time out of the expanse of water, then suddenly gave a great start of terror and said, "An awful thing is about to happen." His companions, alarmed at his manner, asked him what he meant. He replied, "In 2 hours or so there will be a tidal wave that will engulf this whole village, utterly destroying everything if you do not make haste to escape, or will be a fish in a net." Taeyong, being something of an astrologer himself, thought first to solve the mystery of this, but could arrive at no explanation. The owner of the house would not believe it and refused to prepare for escape. The holy man said, however, "Even though you do not believe what I say, let us go for a little up the face of the rear mountain. If my words fail, we can only come down again, and no one will be worse for it. If you still do not wish to trust me, leave your goods and furniture just as they are, and let the people come away." Taeyong was greatly interested, though he could not understand it. The master, too, could no longer refuse his proposal, so he took his family and a few light things and followed the holy man up the hill. He had then ascended to the very top, in order, said he, to escape. Taeyong did not go to the top, but seated himself about halfway up. He asked the holy man if he would not be safe enough there. The holy man replied, "Others would never escape if they remained where you are, but you will simply get a fright and live through it." When cockcrow came, sure enough, the sea suddenly lifted its face, overflowed its banks. The waves came rolling up to the heavens, climbing the mountainsides till they touched the feet of Taeyong. The whole town on the seashore was engulfed. When daylight came, the waters receded. Taeyong bowed to the holy man and asked that he might become his disciple. The holy man, however, disclaimed any knowledge, saying that he had simply known it by accident. He was a man who did not speak of his own attainments. Taeyong asked for a place of residence, when he indicated as nearby, and then left. He went to seek him the following day, but the house was vacant, and there was no one there. The end. And that's the end of our next selection of Korean fairy tales. They are beautiful. I do like them. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Welcome, everyone. And we're still with the Korean fairy tales. The Visit of the Man of God. In the 33rd year of Mal-yok of the Mings, AD 1605, being the year also of the reign of Son Liu, in the 7th moon, a great rain fell. Such a rain had not been seen since the founding of the dynasty. Before the rain came on, a man of Gangwon province was cutting wood on the hillside. While thus engaged, an angel in golden armor, riding on a white horse and carrying a spear, came down to him from heaven. His appearance was most dazzling, and the woodman, looking at him, recognized him as a man of God. also as a Buddhist priest carrying a staff, came down in his train. The priest's appearance, too, was very remarkable. The man of God stopped his horse and seemed to be talking with the priest, while the woodcutter, alarmed by the great sight, hid himself among the trees. The man of God seemed to be very angry for some reason or other, raised his spear, and, pointing to the four winds, said, "I shall flood all the earth from such a point to such a point, and destroy the inhabitants thereof." The priest, following, cried and prayed him to desist, saying, "This will mean utter destruction to mortals. Please let thy wrath rest on me." As he prayed thus earnestly, the man of God again said, "Then shall I limit it to such and such places? Will that do?" But the priest prayed more earnestly still, till the man replied emphatically, "I have lessened the punishment more than a half already on your account. I can do no more." Though the priest prayed still, the man of God refused him. So at last he submissively said, "Thy will be done." They ended thus and both departed, passing away through the upper air into heaven. The two had talked for a long time, but the distance being somewhat great between them and the woodman, he did not hear distinctly all that was said. He went home, however, in great haste, and with his wife and family made his escape. And from that day the rain began to fall. In it, Mount Otay collapsed. The earth beneath it sank until it became a vast lake. All the inhabitants were destroyed, and the woodcutter alone made his escape. That's the end of that one, guys. Very interesting indeed. The next Korean fairy tale is called Cursed by the Snake. Ha Yeon graduated in the year 1396 and became magistrate of Anak County. He built many pavilions in and about his official place of residence, where people might rest. As he went about his district, seeing the farmers busy, he wrote many songs and verses to encourage them in the work. He became later a royal censor, and King Taeyong commended him, saying, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Later he became Chief Justice. He cleared out the public offices of all disreputable officials, made the court clean. When he had leisure, it was his habit to dress in ceremonial garb, burn incense, sit at attention, and write prayer verses the livelong day. When he was young, once, in the court of Crown Prince, he wrote a verse which was commented upon thus: "Beautiful writing, beautiful thought, truly a treasure." He was a great student and a great inquirer, and grateful and lovable as a friend. He studied as a boy under the patriarch Chung Mong-ju, and was upright and pure in all his ways. His object was to become as one of the ancients, and so he followed truth and encouraged men in the study of the sacred books. He used to awake at first, cock crow of the morning, wash, dress, and never lay aside his book. On his right were pictures, on his left were books, and he happy between. He rose to be Prime Minister, actually. And anyway, the story does go. The old family seat of Prince Haeun was in the county of Gyeongchon. He was a famous minister of state in the days of peace and prosperity, and used frequently to find rest and leisure in his summer house in this same county. It was a large and well-ordered mansion, and was occupied by his children for many years after his death. The people of that county used to tell a very strange story of Ha and his prosperity, which runs thus. He had a place in an upper room, a large crock that was used to hold flour. One day one of the servants, wishing to get some flour from the jar, lifted the lid. when suddenly from the depths of its huge, this snake made its appearance. The serpent, startled, fell back in great alarm, and then went and told the master what had happened. The master sent his men slaves, and had the jar brought down. They broke it open and let out a huge, awful-looking snake, such as one had never been seen before. Several of the servants joined in with clubs and killed the brute. They then piled wood on it and set it afire to the hole. Vile fumes arose and filled the house. From the fumes, all the people of the place died, leaving no one behind to represent the family. Others who entered the house died also, so that the place became cursed and was left in desolation. A little later, a mysterious fire broke out and burnt up the remaining buildings, leaving only the vacant site. To this day, the place is known as haunted, and no one ventures to build upon it. The end. Another interesting fairy tale. The next is The Man of the Road. In the Manchu War of 1636, the people of Seoul rushed off in crowds to make their escape. One party of them came suddenly upon a great force of the enemy, armed and mounted. The hills and valleys seemed full of them. There was no possible way of escape. What to do, they knew not. In the midst of their perplexity, they suddenly saw someone sitting peacefully in the main roadway just in front. Underneath a pine tree, quite unconcerned, he had dismounted from his horse, which a servant held. Standing close by, a screen of several yards of cotton cloth was hanging up just before him, as if to shield him from the dust of the passing army. The people who were making their escape came up to this stranger, said imploringly, "We are all doomed to die. What shall we do?" The mysterious stranger said, "Why should you die? And why are you so frightened? Sit down by me and see the barbarians go by." The people, perceiving his mind so composed and his appearance devoid of fear, and they having no way of escape, did as he bade them and sat down. The cavalry of the enemy moved by in great numbers, killing everyone they met, not a single person escaping. But when they reached the place where the magician sat, they went by without, apparently, seeing anything. Thus they continued till the evening, when all had passed by. The stranger and the people with him sat the day throughout, without any harm overtaking them, even though they were in the midst of the enemy's camp, as it were. At last, awaking to the fact that he was possessor of some wonderful magic, they all with one accord came and bowed before him, asking his name and his place of residence. He made no answer, however, but mounted his beautiful horse and rode swiftly away, no one being able to overtake him. The day following, the party fell in with a man who had been captured, but had made his escape. They asked if he had seen anything special the day before, and he said, "When I followed the barbarian army, passing such and such a point," indicating the place where the magician had sat with the people, "we skirted great walls and precipitous rocks, against which no one could move. So we passed by." Thus were the few yards of cotton cloth metamorphosed before the eyes of the passers-by. The end. Wow, that's some very good magic indeed. Thank you for listening to these Korean fairy tales. I hope you enjoy them, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel as we continue the Korean fairy tales. And this is called The Plucky Maiden. Han Myung-hoi was a renowned minister of the reign of Sejong, AD 1455 to 1468. The king appreciated and enjoyed him greatly. There was no one of the court who could surpass him for influence and royal favour. Confident in his position, Han did as he pleased, wielding absolute power. At that time, like grass before the wind, the world bowed at his coming. No one dared utter a word of remonstrance. When Han went as governor to Pyong and province, he did all manner of lawless things. Anyone daring to cross his wishes in the least were dealt with by torture and death. The whole province feared him as they would a tiger. On a certain day, Governor Han, hearing that the deputy prefect of Suncheon had a very beautiful daughter, called the deputy and said, "I hear that you have a very beautiful daughter, whom I would like to make my concubine. When I am on my official round shortly, I shall expect to stop at your town and take her, so be ready for me." The deputy, alarmed, said, "How can your excellency say that your servant's contemptible daughter is beautiful? Someone had reported her wrongly, but since you so command, how can I do but, well, agree gladly?" So he bowed, said his farewell, and went home. On his return, his family noticed that his face was clouded with anxiety, and the daughter asked why it was. "Did the governor call you, father?" asked she. "Why are you so anxious? Tell me, please." At first, fearing that she would be disturbed, he did not reply. But repeated questions forced him, so that he said, "I am in trouble on your account," and then told her how the governor wanted her for his concubine. "If I had refused, I would have been killed, so I yielded, but a gentleman's daughter being made a concubine is a disgrace unheard of." The daughter made light of it and laughed. "Why did you not think it out better than that, father? Why should a grown man lose his life for the sake of a girl? Let the daughter go. By losing one daughter and saving your life, you surely do better than saving your daughter and losing your life. One can easily see where the greater advantage lies. A daughter does not count. Give her over, that's all. Don't for a moment think otherwise. Just put away your distress and anxiety. We women, every one of us, are under the ban, and such things are decreed by fate. I shall accept without my opposition, so please have no anxiety. It is settled now, and you, father, must yield and follow. If you do so, all will be well." The father sighed and said in reply, "Oh, since you seem so willing, my mind is somewhat relieved." But from this time on, the whole house was in distress. The girl alone seemed perfectly unmoved, and not showing the slightest sign of fear. She laughed as usual, a light and happy laugh, and her actions seemed wonderfully free. In a little, the governor reached Suncheon on his rounds. He then called the deputy and said, "Make ready your daughter for tomorrow, and all the things needed." The deputy came home and made preparation for the so-called wedding. The daughter said, "This is not a real wedding. It is only the taking of a concubine. But still, make everything ready in the way of refreshments, ceremony for a real marriage." So the father did as she requested. On the day following, the governor came to the house of the deputy. He was not dressed in his official robes, but came simply in the dress of a hat of a commoner. When he went into the inner quarters, he met the daughter. She stood straight before him. Her two hands were lifted in ceremonial form, but instead of holding a fan to hide her face, she held a sword before her. She was very pretty. He gave a great start of surprise and asked the meaning of the knife that she held. She ordered her nurse to reply, who said, "Even though I am an obscure countrywoman, I do not forget that I am born of the gentry. And though your excellency is a high minister of state, still to take me by force is an unheard of dishonour. If you take me as your real and true wife, I will serve you with all my heart. But if you are determined to take me as a concubine, I shall die now by this sword. For that reason I hold it. My life rests on one word from your excellency. Speak it, please, before I decide." The governor, though a man who observed no ceremony and never brooked to question, when he saw how beautiful and how determined this maiden was, fell victim to her at once and said, If you decide, then of course I'll make you my real wife." Her answer was, "If you truly mean it, then please withdraw and write out the certificate. Send the gifts, provide the goose, dress in the proper way, come and let us go through the required ceremony. Drink the pledge glass and wed." The governor did as she suggested and carried out the forms to the letter, and they were married. She was not only a very pretty, but upright and true of soul, a care person indeed, very rare. The governor took her home, loved her and held her dear. He had, however, a real wife before, and concubines, but he set them all aside and fixed his affections on this one only. She remonstrated with him over his wrongs and unrighteous acts, and he listened and made improvement. The world took note of it and praised her as a true and wonderful woman. She counted herself the real wife, but the first wife treated her as a concubine, and all the relatives said likewise that she could never be considered a real wife. At the time, King Sijou frequently, in the dress of a commoner, used to visit Han's house. He entertained him royally with refreshments, but his wife used to bring an offer before him. He called her his little sister. On a certain day, King Sijou, as he was accustomed, came to the house, and while he was drinking, he suddenly saw the woman fall on her face before him. The king, in surprise, inquired as to what she could possibly mean by such an act. She then told all the story of her being taken by force and brought to Seoul. She wept while she said, "Though I am from a far distant part of the country, I am of gentry by ancestry, and my husband took me with all the required ceremonies of a wife. So I ought not to be counted as a concubine, but there is no law in this land by which a second real wife may be taken after the first real wife exists. So they call me a concubine, a matter of deepest disgrace. Please, your majesty, take pity on me, decide my case." The king laughed and said, "This is a simple matter to settle. Why should my little sister make a great affair of it, and bow before me? I will decide the case at once, come." He then wrote out with his own hand a document making her a real wife and her children eligible for the highest office. He wrote it, signed it, stamped it, and gave it her. From that time, she was known as the real wife, in rank and standing equal to the first one. No further word was ever slightingly spoken, and her children shared in the affairs of the whole state. And that is the Plucky Maid from Korean fairy tales and folklore. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Korean fairy tales. The first fairy tale is the man who turned into a pig. A certain minister of state called Kim Yu, living in the county of Seongpyeong, had a relative who resided in a far distant part of the country, an old man aged nearly 100. On a certain day, a son of this patriarch came to the office of the minister and asked to see him. Kim ordered him to be admitted and inquired as to why he had come. Said he, "I have something very important to say, a private matter to lay before your excellency. There are so many guests with you now, and but I'll come again in the evening and tell it." In the evening, when all had departed, he came, and the minister ordered out his personal retainers and asked the meaning of the call. The man replied, saying, "My father, though very old, was, as you perhaps know, a strong and hearty man. On a certain day he called us children to him and said, 'I wish to have a siesta. So now, close the door and all of you may go out of the room. Do not let anyone venture in till I call you.' We children agreed, of course, and did so. Till late at night there was neither call nor command to open the door, so that we began to be anxious. We at last looked through the chink, and lo, there was our father, changed into a huge pig. Terrified by the sight of it, we opened the door and looked in. When the animal grunted and growled and made a rush to get past us, we hurriedly closed the door again and held a consultation. Some said, let's keep the pig just as it is, within doors, and care for it. Some said, let's have a funeral and bury it. We ignorant country folk, not knowing just what to do under such peculiar circumstances, I have come to ask of your counsel, Your Excellency. Please think over this startling phenomenon and tell us what we ought to do. Prince Kim, hearing this, gave a great start, thought it over for a long time, and at last said, no such mysterious thing was ever heard of before, and I really don't know what is best to do under the circumstances. But still, it seems to me that since this metamorphosis has come about, you had better not bury it before death. So, give up the funeral idea. Since, too, it is not a human being any longer, I do not think it right to keep it in the house. You say that it wants to make its escape, and as a cave in the woods or hills is its proper abode, I think you had better take it out and let it go free into the trackless depths of some mountains where no foot of man have ever trod. The son accepted this wise counsel and did as the minister advised, took it away into the deep mountains and let it go. Then he donned sackcloth, mourned, buried his father's clothes for a funeral, and observed the day of the metamorphosis as a day of sacrificial ceremony. The end. And that's the tale of the man who became a pig, very similar to the man who became a fish as well. Now there is the old woman who became a goblin. There was a Confucian scholar once who lived in the southern part of Seattle. It is said that he went out for a walk one day while his wife remained alone at home. And when he was absent, there came by begging an old woman who looked like a Buddhist priestess. For a while, the very older face was not wrinkled. The scholar's wife asked her if she knew how to sew. She said she did, and so the wife made this proposition. If you will stay and work for me, I'll give you your breakfast and your supper, and you'll not have to beg anywhere. Will you agree? She replied, thank you very much. I'll be delighted. The scholar's wife, well satisfied with her bargain, took her in and set her to picking cotton and making and spinning thread. In one day she did more than 8 ordinary women, and yet had seemingly plenty of time to spare. The wife, delighted above measure, treated her to a great feast. After 5 or 6 days, however, the feeling of delight and the desire to treat her liberally and well were off somewhat, so that the old woman grew angry and said, I am tired of living alone, and so I want your husband for my partner. This being refused, she went off in a rage, but came back in a little, accompanied by a decrepit old man who looked like a Buddhist beggar. The two came boldly into the room and took possession, cleared out the things that were in the ancient tablet box on the wall shelf, and both disappeared into it, so that they were not seen at all, but only their voices heard. According to the whim that took them, they now ordered eatables and other things. When the scholar's wife failed in the least particular to please them, they sent plague and sickness after her, so that the children fell sick and died. Relatives, on hearing of this, came to see, but they also caught the plague, fell ill and died. Little by little, no one dared come near the place, and it became known at last that the wife was held as a prisoner by these 2 goblin creatures. For a time smoke was seen by the townfolk coming out of the chimney daily, as they knew that the wife still lived. But after 5 or 6 days the smoke ceased, and they knew then that a woman's end had come, and no one dared to even make any inquiries. The end. The next tale is The Grateful Ghost. It is often told that in the days of Koryo Dynasty AD 1918-1392, when an examination was to be held, a certain scholar came from a far distant part of the country to take part. Once on his journey, the day was drawing to a close, and he found himself among the mountains. Suddenly, he heard a sneezing from among the creepers and bushes by the roadside, but could see no one. Thinking it strange, he dismounted from his horse, went into the brake, and listened. He heard it again. It seemed to be coming from the roots of the creeper close beside him. So, he ordered his servant to dig around it and see. He dug and found a dead man's skull. It was full of earth, and the roots of the creeper had passed through the nostrils. The sneezing was caused by the annoyance felt by the spirit from having the nose so discommanded. The candidate felt sorry, washed the skull in clean water, wrapped it in paper and reburied it in its former place on the hillside. He also brought a table of food and offered sacrifice and prayer. That night, in a dream, the scholar came to him. An old man with white hair who bowed, thanked him and said, "On account of sin committed in a former life, I died out of season before I had fulfilled my days. My posterity too was all destroyed. My body crumbled back into dust, my skull alone remaining, and that is what you found below the creeper. On account of the root passing through it, the annoyance was great, and I could not help but sneeze. By good luck, you and your kind heart, blessed of heaven, took pity on me, and buried me in a clean place and gave me food. Your kindness is greater than the mountains, and like the blessing that first brought me into life. Though my soul is by no means perfect, yet I long for some way by which to requite your favour. And so I have exercised my powers in your behalf. Your present journey is for purpose of trying the official examination, so I shall tell you beforehand what the form is to be and the subject. It is to be of character groups of fives. In couples, the rhyme sound is pong, and the subject peaks and spires of the summer clouds. I have already composed one for you, which, if you care to use it, it will undoubtedly win you first place. It is this. The white sun rode high up in the heavens, and the floating clouds formed a lofty peak. The priest who saw them asked if there was a temple there, and the crane lamented the fact that no pines were visible. But the lightnings from the cloud were the flashings of the woodman's axe, and the muffled thunders were the bell calls of the holy temple. Will any say that the hills do not move? On the sunset breezes they sailed away. After thus stating it, he bowed and took his departure. The man, in wonder, awakened from his dream, came up to Xiao, and behold, the subject was foretold by the spirit. He wrote what he had been given to him, and became first in the honours of the occasion. So the spirit was telling the truth, and the spirit helped the man because the man had helped the spirit. Those are 3 more Korean fairy tales. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Welcome, everyone, and we're still with the Korean fairy tales. The Visit of the Man of God. In the 33rd year of Mal-yok of the Mings, AD 1605, being the year also of the reign of Son Liu, in the 7th moon, a great rain fell. Such a rain had not been seen since the founding of the dynasty. Before the rain came on, a man of Gangwon province was cutting wood on the hillside. While thus engaged, an angel in golden armor, riding on a white horse and carrying a spear, came down to him from heaven. His appearance was most dazzling, and the woodman, looking at him, recognized him as a man of God. Also as a Buddhist priest carrying a staff, came down in his train. The priest's appearance, too, was very remarkable. The man of God stopped his horse and seemed to be talking with the priest, while the woodcutter, alarmed by the great sight, hid himself among the trees. The man of God seemed to be very angry for some reason or other, raised his spear, and, pointing to the four winds, said, I shall flood all the earth from such a point to such a point, and destroy the inhabitants thereof. The priest, following, cried and prayed him to desist, saying, This will mean utter destruction to mortals. Please let thy wrath rest on me. As he prayed thus earnestly, the man of God again said, Then shall I limit it to such and such places? Will that do? But the priest prayed more earnestly still, till the man replied emphatically, I have lessened the punishment more than a half already on your account. I can do no more. Though the priest prayed still, the man of God refused him. So at last he submissively said, Thy will be done. They ended thus and both departed, passing away through the upper air into heaven. The two had talked for a long time, but the distance being somewhat great between them and the woodman, he did not hear distinctly all that was said. He went home, however, in great haste, and with his wife and family made his escape. And from that day the rain began to fall. In it, Mount Otay collapsed. The earth beneath it sank until it became a vast lake. All the inhabitants were destroyed, and the woodcutter alone made his escape. That's the end of that one, guys. Very interesting indeed. The next Korean fairy tale is called Cursed by the Snake. Ha Yeon graduated in the year 1396 and became magistrate of Anak County. He built many pavilions in and about his official place of residence, where people might rest. As he went about his district, seeing the farmers busy, he wrote many songs and verses to encourage them in the work. He became later a royal censor, and King Taeyong commended him, saying, Well done, good and faithful servant. Later he became Chief Justice. He cleared out the public offices of all disreputable officials, made the court clean. When he had leisure, it was his habit to dress in ceremonial garb, burn incense, sit at attention, and write prayer verses the livelong day. When he was young, once, in the court of Crown Prince, he wrote a verse which was commented upon thus, Beautiful writing, beautiful thought, truly a treasure. He was a great student and a great inquirer, and grateful and lovable as a friend. He studied as a boy under the patriarch Chung Mong-ju, and was upright and pure in all his ways. His object was to become as one of the ancients, and so he followed truth and encouraged men in the study of the sacred books. He used to awake at first, cock crow of the morning, wash, dress, and never lay aside his book. On his right were pictures, on his left were books, and he happy between. He rose to be Prime Minister, actually. And anyway, the story does go. The old family seat of Prince Haiyun was in the county of Gyeongchon. He was a famous minister of state in the days of peace and prosperity, and used frequently to find rest and leisure in his summer house in this same county. It was a large and well-ordered mansion, and was occupied by his children for many years after his death. The people of that county used to tell a very strange story of her and his prosperity, which runs thus. He had a place in an upper room, a large crock that was used to hold flour. One day one of the servants, wishing to get some flour from the jar, lifted the lid, when suddenly from the depths of its this snake made its appearance. The serpent, startled, fell back in great alarm, and then went and told the master what had happened. The master sent his men slaves, and had the jar brought down. They broke it open and let out a huge, awful-looking snake, such as one had never been seen before. Several of the servants joined in with clubs and killed the brute. They then piled wood on it and set it afire to the hole. Vile fumes arose and filled the house. From the fumes, all the people of the place died, leaving no one behind to represent the family. Others who entered the house died also, so that the place became cursed and was left in desolation. A little later, a mysterious fire broke out and burnt up the remaining buildings, leaving only the vacant site. To this day, the place is known as haunted, and no one ventures to build upon it. The end. Another interesting fairy tale. The next is The Man of the Road. In the Manchu War of 1636, the people of Seoul rushed off in crowds to make their escape. One party of them came suddenly upon a great force of the enemy, armed and mounted. The hills and valleys seemed full of them. There was no possible way of escape. What to do, they knew not. In the midst of their perplexity, they suddenly saw someone sitting peacefully in the main roadway just in front. Underneath a pine tree, quite unconcerned, he had dismounted from his horse, which a servant held. Standing close by, a screen of several yards of cotton cloth was hanging up just before him, as if to shield him from the dust of the passing army. The people who were making their escape came up to this stranger, said imploringly, "We are all doomed to die. What shall we do?" The mysterious stranger said, "Why should you die? And why are you so frightened? Sit down by me and see the barbarians go by." The people, perceiving his mind so composed and his appearance devoid of fear, and they having no way of escape, did as he bade them and sat down. The cavalry of the enemy moved by in great numbers, killing everyone they met, not a single person escaping. But when they reached the place where the magician sat, they went by without, apparently, seeing anything. Thus they continued till the evening, when all had passed by. The stranger and the people with him sat the day throughout, without any harm overtaking them, even though they were in the midst of the enemy's camp, as it were. At last, awaking to the fact that he was possessor of some wonderful magic, they all with one accord came and bowed before him, asking his name and his place of residence. He made no answer, however, but mounted his beautiful horse and rode swiftly away, no one being able to overtake him. The day following, the party fell in with a man who had been captured, but had made his escape. They asked if he had seen anything special the day before, and he said, "When I followed the barbarian army, passing such and such a point," indicating the place where the magician had sat with the people, "we skirted great walls and precipitous rocks, against which no one could move. So we passed by." Thus were the few yards of cotton cloth metamorphosed before the eyes of the passers-by. The end. Wow, that's some very good magic indeed. Thank you for listening to these Korean fairy tales. I hope you enjoy them, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back as we continue the Korean fairy tales folklore, however you want to put it. The Man Who Lost His Legs. There was a merchant in Chongju who used to go to Quillpot to buy seaweed. One time, when he drove up on the shore, he saw a man shuffling along on the ground toward the boat. He crept nearer and at last took hold of the side with both his hands and jumped in. When I looked at him, said the merchant, I found he was an old man without any legs. Astonished, I asked, saying, How is it, old man, that you have lost your legs? He said in reply, I lost my legs on a trip once when I was shipwrecked, and a great fish bit them off. However did that happen? Inquired the merchant. And the old man said, We were caught in a gale and driven till we touched on some island or other. Before us on the shore stood a high castle with a great gateway. The 20 or so of us who were together in the storm-tossed boat were all exhausted from cold and hunger and lying exposed. We landed and managed to go together to the house. There was in it one man only, whose height was terrible to behold, and whose chest was many spans round. His face was black, and his eyes large and rolling. His voice was like the braying of a monster donkey. Our people made motions, showing that they wanted something to eat. The man made no reply, but securely fastened the front gate. After this, he brought an armful of wood, put it in the middle of the courtyard, and there made a fire. When the fire blazed up, he rushed after us and caught a young lad, one of our company, cooked him before our eyes, pulled him to pieces and ate him. We were all reduced to a state of horror, not knowing what to do. We gazed at each other with dismay and stupefaction. When he had eaten his fill, he went up into a veranda and opened a jar, from which he drank some kind of spirit. After drinking it, he uttered the most gruesome and awful noises. His face grew very red, and he lay down and slept. His snorings, they were like the roaring of thunder. We planned then to make our escape, and so tried to open the large gate. But one leaf was about 24 feet across, and so thick and heavy that with all our strength we could not move it. The walls, too, were 150 feet high. We could do nothing with them. We were like fish in a pot beyond all possible way of escape. We held each other's hands and cried. Among us, one man thought of this plan. We had a knife and he took it, and while the monster was drunk and asleep, decided to stab his eyes out and cut his throat. We said in reply, We're all doomed to death anyway. Let's try. And we made our way up onto the veranda and stabbed his eyes. He gave an awful roar and struck out on all sides to catch us. We rushed here and there, making our escape out of the court back into the rear garden. There were, in this enclosure, pigs and sheep, about 60 of them in all. There we rushed in among the pigs and sheep. He floundered about, waving his 2 arms after us, but not one of us did he get hold of. We were all mixed up, sheep, pigs and people. When he did catch anything, it was a sheep, and when it was not a sheep, it was a pig. So he opened the front gate to send all the animals out. We then, each of us, took a pig or a sheep on the back and made straight for the gate. The monster felt each, finding it a pig or a sheep, let it go. Thus we all got out and rushed for the boat. A little later, he came and sat on the bank and roared his threatenings at us. A lot of other giants came at his call. They took steps of 30 feet or so, come racing after us, caught the boat and made it fast. But we took axes and struck at the hands that held it. and so got free at last, and got out to open sea. Again a great wind arose, and we ran on to the rocks and were all destroyed. Everyone was engulfed in the sea and drowned. I alone got hold of a piece of boat timber and lived. Then there was a horrible fish from the sea that came swimming after me and bit off my legs. At last, I drifted back home, and here I am. When I think of it still, my teeth are cold and my bones do shiver. My 8 lucky stars are very bad, and that's why it happened to me. That's the end of that fairy tale, guys. The next fairy tale is 10,000 Devils. Han Chun-kyom was a son of a provincial secretary. He matriculated in the year 1579 and graduated in 1586. He received the last wishes of King Sunjo and sat by his side taking notes for 7 hours. From 1608 to 1623, he was generalissimo of the army, and later was raised to the rank of prince. A certain Prince Han of Chungcheong province had a distant relative who was an uncouth countryman living in extreme poverty. This relative came to visit him from time to time, and Han that pitied his cold and hungry condition gave him clothes to wear and shared his food, urging him to stay and prolong his visit, often into several months. He felt sorry for him, but disliked his uncouthness and stupidity. On one of these visits, the poor relation suddenly announced his intention to return home. Although the New Year's season was just at hand, Han urged him to remain, saying, "It would be better for you to be comfortably housed at my home, eating cake and soup and enjoying quiet sleep, rather than riding through the wind and weather at this season of the year." He said at first that he would have to go, until his host so insistently urged him to stay that at last he yielded and gave consent. At New Year's Eve, he remarked to Prince Han, "I am possessor of a peculiar kind of magic, by which I have under my control all manner of evil genii. And New Year is the season at which I call them up, run over their names, inspect them all. If I did not do so, I should lose control altogether, and they, there would follow me no end of trouble among mortals. It is a matter of no small moment. That is why I wish to go. Since, however, you have detained me, I shall have to call them up in your Excellency's house and look them over. I hope you will not object." Han was greatly astonished and alarmed, but did give his consent. The poor relation went on to further say, "This is an extremely important matter, and I would like to have for it your central guest hall." Han consented to this also, so that they might wash the floors and make sure that it was all scoured and cleaned for them. The relation also sat himself with all dignity facing the south, which Prince Han took up his station on the outside prepared to spy. Soon he saw a startling variety of demons crushing at the door, horrible in appearance and awesome of manner. They lined up one after another, and still another and another, till they filled the entire court, each bowing as he came in before the master, who at this point drew out a book, opened it up before him, and began calling off the names. Demon guards who stood by the threshold repeated the call and checked off the names, just as they do in a government gammon. From the second watch it went on till the 5th of the morning. Han remarked it was indeed no lie when he told me 10,000 devils. One latecomer arrived after the marking was over, and still another came climbing over the wall. The man ordered them to be arrested, and inquiry made of them under the paddle. The late arrived said, "I really have had a hard time of it late to live, and so obliged, in order to find anything to inject smallpox into the home of a scholar who lives in Young Nan, it is a long way off, and so I have arrived too late for the roll call, a serious fault indeed, I confess. The one who climbed the wall said, I too have known want and hunger, and so had. To insert a little typhus into the family of a gentleman who lives in Kyong-kyu. But hearing that roll call was due, I came, helter-skelter, fearing lest I should arrive too late, and so climbed the wall, which was indeed a sin. The man then, in a loud voice, rated them soundly, saying, These devils have disobeyed my orders, caused disease, and sinned grievously. Worse than everything, they've climbed the wall of a higher official's house. He ordered 100 blows be given to them with a paddle, the kangaroo to be put on, and to have them locked fast in prison. Then calling the others to him, he said, Do you not spread disease? Do not do it. Do you understand? 3 times he ordered it, and 5 times he repeated it. Then they were all dismissed. The crowd of devils lined up before him, taking their departure and crushing out through the gate with no end of noise and confusion. After a long time, they had all disappeared. Prince Han, looking on during this time, saw the man now seated alone in the hall. It was quiet, and all had vanished. The cocks crew and morning came. Han was astonished above measure, and asked us to the law that governed such work as this. The poor relation said in reply, When I was young, I studied in a monastery, in the mountains. In that monastery was an old priest who had a most peculiar countenance. A man feeble and ready to die, he seemed. All the priests made sport of him and treated him with contempt. I alone had pity on his age, and often gave him of my food and always treated him kindly. One evening, when the moon was bright, the old priest said to me, There is a cave behind the monastery from which a beautiful view may be had. Will you not come with me and share it? I went with him, and when we crossed the ridge of the hills into the stillness of the night, he drew a book from his breast and gave it to me, saying, I, who am old and ready to die, have here a great secret, which I have long visited to pass on to someone worthy. I've travelled near the wide length of Korea, and I've never found a man till now I meet you, and my heart is satisfied, so please receive it. I opened the book and found it a catalogue list of devils, with magic writing interspread, and an explanation of the laws that govern the spirit world. The old priest wrote out one magic recipe, and having set fire to it, countless devils at once assembled, at which I was greatly alarmed. He then sat with me and called over the names one after the other, and said to the devils, I am old now. I'm going away, and so I'm about to put you under the care of this young man. Obey him, and all will be well. I already had the book, and so called them to me, read out the new orders, and dismissed them. The old priest and I, we returned to the temple and went to sleep. I woke early next morning and went to call on him, but he was gone. Thus I came into possession of the magic art, and I possessed it for a score of years, and more, what the world knows nothing of. I have this made known to your excellency. Han was astonished beyond measure and asked, May I not also come into possession of this wonderful gift? The man replied, Your excellency has great ability, and can do wonderful things, but the possessor of this craft must be one poor and despised, and of no account. For you, a minister, it would never do. The next day he left suddenly, and returned no more. Han sent a servant with a message to him. The servant, with great difficulty, at last found him, alone among 1,000 mountain peaks, living in a little straw hut, no bigger than a cockle shell. No neighbours were there, nor anyone beside. He called him, but he refused to come. He sent another message to invite him, but he had moved away and no trace of him was left. Prince Han's children had heard this story from him himself, and I, the writer, received it from them. And that is the story of Han and all the little devils. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Korean Fairy Tales. This is called The Honest Witch. Song sang in, matriculated in 1601. He was just a man and feared by the dishonest element of the court. In 1605, he graduated, became a provincial governor. He nearly lost his life in the disturbance of the reign of King Gwang Hai and was exiled to Kwelpa for a period of 10 years. But in the spring of 1623, he was recalled. The story goes like this. There was a Korean once called Song Sang In, whose mind was upright and whose spirit was true. He hated witches with all his might and regarded them as deceivers of the people. But their so-called prayers, said he, they devour the people's goods. There is no limit to the foolishness and extravagance that accompanies them. This doctrine of theirs is all nonsense. Would that I could rid the earth of them and wipe out their names forever. Some time later, the Song was appointed magistrate of Namwon County in Chula Province. On his arrival, he issued the following order. If any witch is found in this county, let her be beaten to death. The whole place was so thoroughly spied upon that all the witches made their escape to other prefectures. The magistrate thought, now we are rid of them, and that ends the matter for this county at any rate. On a certain day, he went out for a walk and rested for a time at Kwang Han Pavilion. As he looked out from his coign of vantage, he saw a woman approaching on horseback with a witch's drum on her head. He looked intently to make sure, and to his astonishment, he saw that she was indeed a mutang, a witch. He sent a yeoman runner to have her arrested, and when she was brought before him, he asked, Are you a mutang? She replied, Yes, I am. Then, said he, you did not know the official order issued? Oh yes, I heard of it, was their reply. He then asked, Are you not afraid to die, that you stay here in this county? The mutang bowed and made answer, I have a matter of complaint to lay before your excellency to be put right. Please take note of it and grant my request. It is this. There are true mutangs and false mutangs. False mutangs ought to be killed. But you would not kill an honest mutang, would you? Your orders pertain to false mutangs. I do not understand them as pertaining to those who are true. I am an honest mutang. I knew you would not kill me, so I remained here in peace. The magistrate asked, How do you know that there are honest mutangs? The woman replied, Let's put the matter to test and see. If I am not proven honest, let me die. Very well, said the magistrate. You. But can you really make good? Do you truly know how to call back departed spirits? The mutang answered, I can. The magistrate suddenly thought of an intimate friend who had been dead for some time, and he said to her, I had a friend of such and such rank in Seoul. Can you call his spirit back to me? The mutang replied, Let me do so. But first you must prepare food with wine and serve it properly. The magistrate thought for a moment and then said to himself, It is a serious matter to take a person's life. Let me find out first if she's true or not, then decide. So, he had the food brought. The Mutang said also, I want a suit of your clothes too, please. This was brought, and she spread her mat in the courtyard, placed the food in order, donned the dress, and so made all preliminary arrangements. She then lifted her eyes toward heaven and uttered the strange magic sounds by which spirits are called. Meanwhile, shaking a tinkling bell, in a little she turned and said, I've come. Then she began telling the sad story of his sickness and death and their separation. She reminded the magistrates of how they had played together and of things that had happened when they were at school, at their lessons, of the difficulties they had to meet, of the examinations, experiences that had come to them during their terms of office. She told secrets that they had confided to each other as intimate friends, and many matters, most definitely, that only they two knew. Not a single mistake did she make, but she told the truth in every detail. The magistrate, when he heard these, began to cry, saying, The soul of my friend is really present. I can no longer doubt or deny it. Then he ordered the choicest fare possible to be prepared as a sacrifice to his friend. In a little the friend bade him farewell and took his departure. The magistrate said, Alas, I thought Mutangs were a brood of liars, but now I know that there are true Mutangs as well as false. He gave her rich rewards, sent her away in safety, recalled his order against witches, and he then refrained from matters pertaining to them forever after that incident. The end. And that is the story of the honest witch, the honest Mutang. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Korean Fairy Tales. And this is called An Encounter with an Hobgoblin. This one interests me because we have hobgoblins too. I got myself into trouble in the year Pyong Sin and was locked up. A military man by name of Cha Won So, who was captain of the guard, was involved in it and locked up as well. We often met in prison and whiled away the hours talking together. On a certain day, the talk turned on goblins, when Captain Chow said, When I was young, I met with a hobgoblin, which, by the fraction of a hair, almost cost me my life. A strange case indeed. I asked him to tell me of it. When he replied, I had originally no home in Seoul, but hearing of a vacant place in Belt Town, I made application and got it. We went there, my father and the rest of the family occupying the inner quarters, while I lived in the front room. One night, late, when I was half asleep, the door suddenly opened, and a woman came in and just stood before me, right before the lamp. I saw her so clearly, and knew that she was from the home of a scholar friend, for I'd seen her before, and had been greatly attracted by her beauty, but had never had the chance to meet her. Now, seeing her enter the room thus, I greeted her gladly, but she made no reply. I arose to take her by the hand, when she began walking backwards, so that my hand never reached her. I rushed towards her, but she hastened her backward pace, so that she eluded me. We reached the gate, which she opened with a rear kick, and I followed on after, till she suddenly disappeared. I searched on all sides, but not a trace was there of her. I thought she had merely hidden herself, and never dreamed of anything else. On the next night she came again and stood before the lamp, just as she had done the night before. I got up and again tried to take hold of her, but again she began her peculiar pace backwards, till she passed out the gate and disappeared just as she had done the day before. I was once more surprised and disappointed, but did not think of her being a hobgoblin. A few days later, at night, I had lain down, when suddenly there was a sound of crackling paper overheard from above the ceiling. A forbidding, creepy sound it seemed in the midnight. A moment later, a curtain was let down and divided the room into two parts. Again, later, a large fire of coals descended right in front of me, while an immense heat filled the place. Where I was seemed all on fire, with no way of escape possible. In terror for my life, I knew not what to do. On the first cock-crow of morning, the noise ceased. The curtains went up and the fire of coals were gone. The place was as though swept with a broom, so clean from every trace of what had happened. The following night, I was again alone, but had not yet undressed or lain down, when a great stout man suddenly opened the door and came in. He had on his head a soldier's felt hat, and on his body a blue tunic, like one of the underlings of the yeoman. He took hold of me and tried to drag me out. I was then young and vigorous, and had no intention of yielding to him. So we entered on a tussle. The moon was bright and the night clear, but I, unable to hold my own, was pulled out into the court. He lifted me up, swung me round and round, then went up to the highest terrace and threw me down, so that I was terribly stunned. He stood in front of me and kept me a prisoner. There was a garden to the rear of the house, and a wall round it. I looked, and within the wall were a dozen or so of people. They were all dressed in military hats and coats, and they kept shouting out, "Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him!" The man that mishandled me, however, said in reply, "It's none of your business. None of your business." But they still kept up the cry, "Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him!" And he on the other hand cried, "Never you mind, none of your business." They shouted, "The man is a gentleman of the military class. Do not hurt him." The fellow merely said in reply, "Even though he is, it's none of your business." So he took me by two hands and flung me up into the air, till I went halfway or more to heaven. Then in my fall I went shooting past Gyeongju province, past Chungcheong, and at last fell to the ground in Chulla. In my flight through space I saw all the county towns, all the provinces as clear as day. Again in Chulla, it tossed me up once more. Again I was shooting up into the sky and falling northward, till I found myself at home, lying stupefied below the veranda terrace. Once more I could hear the voice of the group in the garden shouting, "Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him!" But the man said, "None of your business, your business." He took me up once more and flung me up again, and away I went speeding off to Chulla, and back I came again 2 or 3 times in all. Then one of the group in the garden came forward, took my tormentor by the hand, and led him away. They all met for a little to talk and laugh over the matter, and then scattered and were gone, so they were not seen ever again. I lay motionless at the foot of the terrace till the following morning, when my father found me and had me taken in hand and cared for, so that I came to, and we all left the haunted house, never to go back. There are various reasons by which a place may be denominated a haunted house. The fact that there was hobgoblins in it makes it haunted. If a good or superior man enters such a place, the goblins move away, and no word of being haunted will be heard. Charles saw the goblins and was greatly injured. I understand that it is not only a question of men fearing the goblins, but they also fear men. The fact that there are so few people that they fear is the saddest case of all. Chow was afraid of the goblins. That is why they continued to trouble him so. The end. And that is the tale of the Hobgoblin, Korean fairy tale though. It's very different to ours, but interesting indeed. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Korean fairy tales. This fairy tale is called Whom the King Honors. In the days of King Si Yong, students of the Confucian College were having a picnic to celebrate the Spring Festival. They met in a wood to the north of the college, near a beautiful spring of water, and were drinking and feasting the night through. While they were thus enjoying themselves, the rooms of the college were left deserted. One student from the country, a backwoodsman in his way, who was of no account to others, thought that while the rest went away to enjoy themselves, someone ought to stay to guard the sacred precincts of the temple. So he decided that he would forego the pleasures of the picnic, stay behind and watch. The king at that time sent a eunuch to the college to see how many of the students had remained on guard. The eunuch returned, saying that all had gone off to the picnic, except one man, a raw countryman, who was in sole charge. The king at once sent for the man, asking him to come just as he was, in his common clothes. On his arrival, His Majesty asked, "When all have gone off to have a gay time, why is it that you remain alone?" He replied, "I too would like to have gone, but to leave the sacred temple wholly deserted did not seem to me right, so I stayed." The king was greatly pleased with this reply and asked again, "Do you know how to write verses?" The reply was, "I know only very little about it." The king then said, "I have one half of a verse here, which runs thus. After the rains, the mountains weep. You write me a mate for this line to go with it." At once the student replied, "Before the wind, the grass is tipsy." The king, delighted, praised him for his skill and made him a special graduate on the spot, gave him his diploma, flowers for his hat, and issued a proclamation saying that he had passed the Al Song examination. At once he ordered for him the headgear, the red coat, a horse to ride on, 2 boys to go before, flute players and harpers, saying, "Go now to the picnic party and show yourself." While the picnickers were thus engaged, suddenly they heard the sound of flutes and harps, and they questioned as to what it could mean. This was not the time for new graduates to go abroad. While they looked, behold, here came a victorious candidate, dressed in ceremonial robes, heralded by boys, and riding on the king's palfrey to greet them. On closer view, they saw that it was the uncouth countryman whom they had left behind at the temple. They asked what it meant, and then learned, to their amazement, that the king had so honoured him. The company, in consternation and surprise, broke up and returned home at once. This special graduate became later, through the favour of the king, a great and noted man. The end. The next one is The Fortunes of Yu. There was a man of Yongnam named Yu, who lived in the days of Seong. He had studied the classes, had passed his examinations, and had become a petty official attached to the Confucian College. He was not even of the 6th degree, so that promotion was out of the question. He was a countryman who had no friends and no influence, and though he had been long in Seoul, there was no likelihood of any advancement. Such being the case, disheartened and lonely, he decided to leave the city and go back to his country home. There was a palace secretary who knew this countryman and who went to say goodbye to him before he left. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the countryman said, "I have been long in Seoul, but have never yet seen the royal office of the secretaries. Might I accompany you some day when you take your turn?" The secretary said, "In the daytime, there is always a crowd of people who gather there for business. No one is allowed in without a special pass. I am going in tomorrow, however, and intend to sleep there, so that in the evening we could have a good chance to look the palace over. People are not allowed to sleep in the palace as a rule, but doing so once would not be specially noticed." The secretary then gave orders to the military guard who accompanied him to escort this man in the next day. As the security had arranged, the countryman, on the evening following, he made his way into the palace enclosure. But what was his surprise to find that, for some reason or other, the secretary had not come. The gates also were closed behind him, so that he could not get out. Really, he was in a fix. There chanced to be a body servant of the secretary in the room, and he, feeling sorry for the stranger, arranged a hidden corner where he might pass the night, and then quietly take his departure in the morning. The night was beautifully clear, and apparently everyone slept, but he was wide awake and wondering to himself if he might not go quietly and see the place. It was the time of the rainy season, and a portion of the wall had fallen from the enclosure just in front. So Yu climbed over this broken wall, and not knowing where he went, found himself suddenly in the royal quarters. It was a beautiful park with trees and lakes and walks. "Whose house is this?" thought Yu, "with its beautiful garden." Suddenly a man appeared, with a nice new cap on his head, carrying a staff in his hand, and accompanied by a servant, walking slowly towards him. It was no other than King Seong, taking a stroll in the moonlight with one of his eunuchs. When they met, Yu had no idea that it was the king. His Majesty asked, "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" He told who he was and how he had agreed to come in with the secretary, how the secretary had failed, how the gates were shut, and he was a prisoner for the night, how he had seen the bright moonlight and wished to walk out, and finding the broken wall, had come over. "Whose house is this, anyway?" asked Yu. The king replied, "I am the master of this house." His Majesty then asked him in and made him sit down on a mat beside him. So they talked and chatted together. The king learned that he had passed special examinations in classes, and inquiring how it was that he had no better office, Yu replied that he was an unknown countryman, that his family had no influence, and that, while he desired office, he was forestalled by the powerful families of the capital. "Who is there?" he asked. "That would bother himself about me. Thus all my hopes have failed, and I've just decided to leave the city and go back home and live out my days there." The king asked again, "You know the classics so well. Do you know something also of the Book of Changes?" He replied, "The deeper parts I do not know, but the easier parts only." Then the king ordered a eunuch to bring the Book of Changes. It was the time when His Majesty was reading it for himself. The book was brought and opened in the moonlight. The king looked up a part that had given him special difficulty, and this the stranger explained character by character, giving the meaning with convincing clearness. The king was delighted and wondered greatly, and so they read together all through the night. When they separated, the king said, "You have all this knowledge, and yet have never been made use of. Alas for my country," said he, sighing. You remarked that he would like to go straight home now, if the master would kindly open the door for him. The king said, however, that it was too early yet, but he might be arrested by the guards who were about. "Go then," said he, "to where you were, and when it is broad daylight, you can go through the open gate." You then bade goodbye, and went back over the broken wall to his corner in the secretary's room. When morning came, he went out through the main gateway, and returned to his home. On the following day, the king sent a special secretary, and had you appointed the office of Overseer of Literature. On the promulgation of this, the officials gathered in the public court and protested in high dudgeon against so great an office being given to an unknown person. His Majesty, however, said, "If you are so opposed to it, I'll desist." But the day following, he appointed him to an office 1 degree higher still. Again, they all protested, and His Majesty said, "Really, if you so object, I'll drop the matter." The following day, he appointed him to an office still 1 degree higher. Again, they all protested, apparently yielded to them, but the day following, higher still was he promoted, and again the protest poured in, so much that His Majesty seemed to yield. On the day following this, the king wrote out for him the office of Vice President of all Literati. The high officials gathered again and inquired of one another as to what the king meant, and what they had better do about it. "If we do not in some way prevent it, you will appoint him as president of the Literati." They decided to drop the matter for the present, and see later what was best to do. A royal banquet was announced to take place, when all the officials gathered. On this occasion, the High Minister of State said quietly to the king, "It is not fitting that so obscure a person have so important an office. Your Majesty's promoting him as you have done has thrown the whole official body into a state of consternation. On our protest, you have merely promoted him more. What is your Majesty's reason for this action?" The king made no reply, but ordered the eunuch to bring the Book of Changes. He opened it at a place of special difficulty, and inquired as to its meaning. Even among the highest ministers, not one could give an answer. He inquired by name of this one and that, but all were silent. The king then said, "I am greatly interested in the reading of the Book of Changes. It is a great book of sages. Anyone who understands it surely ought to be promoted. You, all of you, fail to grasp its meaning, while you, whom you protest against, has explained it all to me. Now what have you to say? You's being promoted thus is just as it ought to be. Why do you object? I shall promote him still more and more, so cease from all opposition." They were afraid and ashamed, and did not again mention it. You, from that time on, became the royal teacher of the two-yoke Book of Changes, and rose higher and higher in the rank, till he became head of the Confucian College, and first in influence surpassing all. And many people of ability have no chance for promotion. It's difficult to have one's gift known in high places. How much more difficult before a king? The good fortune that fell in the first scholar was of God's appointment. By caring for a vacant house, the honour came to him, and he was promoted. The others going thus unbidden into the palace was a great wrong, but by royal favour he was pardoned, received and honoured. By one line of poetry a man's ability was made manifest, and by one explanation of Chu Yuk another's path was open to high promotion. If Si Yong had not been a great and enlightened king, how could it have happened? Very rare are such happenings indeed. So all men wondered over what had befallen these two. I, however, wondered more over the king's sagacity in finding them. To my day, his virtue and accomplishments are known, so the world calls him Korea's king of the golden age. The end. Thank you so much for listening to these Korean tales, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This fairy tale is called The Snake's Revenge. There lived in ancient days an archer, whose home was near the water gate of Seoul. He was a man of great strength, famous for his valor. Watergate has reference to a hole under the city wall, by which the waters of the Grand Canal find their exit. In it are iron pickets to prevent people's entering or departing by that way. On a certain afternoon, when this military officer was taking a walk, a great snake was seen making its way by means of the water gate. The snake's head had already passed between the bars, but its body, being larger, could not get through. So there it was held fast. The soldier drew an arrow and, fitting it into the string, shot the snake in the head. His head being fatally injured, the creature died. The archer then drew it out, pounded it into a pulp, and left it. A little time later the man's wife conceived and bore a son. From the first child was afraid of its father, and when it saw him it used to cry and seem greatly frightened. As it grew it hated the sight of its father more and more, and the man became suspicious of this, and so instead of loving his son he grew to dislike him. On a certain day, when there was just the two of them in the room, the officer lay down to have a midday siesta, covering his face with his sleeve, but all the while keeping his eye on the boy to see what he would do. The child glared at his father, thinking him asleep, got a knife and made a thrust at him. The man jumped, grabbed the knife, and then with a club gave the boy a blow and left him dead on the spot. He pounded him into a pulp, left him and went away. The mother, however, in tears, covered the little form with a quilt and prepared for its burial. In a little the quilt began to move, and she, in alarm, raised it to see what had happened, when lo, beneath it, the child was gone, and there lay coiled a huge snake instead. The mother jumped back in fear, left the room, and did not again enter. When evening came, the husband returned and heard the dreadful story from his wife. He went in and looked, and now all the metamorphosed into a huge snake. On the head of it was the scar of the arrow that had shot. He said to the snake, "You and I were originally not enemies. I therefore did wrong in shooting you as I did. But your intention to take revenge for becoming my son was a horrible deed. Such a thing as this is proof that my suspicions of you were right and just. You became my son in order to kill me, your father. Why, therefore, should I not in my turn kill you? If you attempt it again, it will certainly end in my taking your life. You have already had your revenge, and have once more transmigrated into your original shape. Let us drop the past and be friends from now on. What do you say?" He repeated this over and urged his proposals, while the snake, with bowed head, seemed to listen intently. He then opened the door and said, "Now you may go as you please." The snake then departed, making straight for the water gate, and passed out between the bars. It did not again appear. And a note at the end of that is, a man is a spiritual being and different from all other created things, and though a snake has power of venom, it's still an insignificant thing compared with a man. The snake died, and by means of this transmigration of its soul, took its revenge. Man dies, but I've never heard that he can transmigrate as a snake did. Why is it that, though a spiritual being, is unable to do what beasts do? I have seen many innocent men killed, but not one of them has ever returned to take his revenge on the lawless one who did it. And so I wonder, more than ever, over these stories of the snake. The superior man's knowing nothing of the law that governs these things is a regret to me. The end. And that is the story of the snake. Very interesting Korean fairy tale indeed. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This Korean fairy tale is called The Brave Magistrate. In olden times, in one of the countries of North Hamgyong province, there was an evil smelling goblin that caused great destruction to life. Successive magistrates appeared, but in 10 days or so after arrival, in each case, they died in great agony, so that no man wished to have the billet or anything to do with the place. 100 or more were asked to take the post, but they all refused. At last, one brave soldier, who was without any influence socially or politically, accepted. He was a courageous man, strong and fearless. He thought, even though there is a devil there, all men will not die, surely. I shall make a trial of him. So he said his farewell and entered on his office. He found himself alone in the Yemen, as all others had taken flight. He constantly carried a long knife at his belt and went thus armed, for he noticed from the first day a fishy, stinking odour that grew gradually more and more marked. After 5 or 6 days, he took note too that what looked like a mist would frequently make its entry by the outer gate, and from this mist came this stinking smell. Daily it grew more and more annoying, so that he could not stand it longer. In 10 days or so, when the time arrived for him to die, the yeomen, runners and servants, who had returned, again ran away. The magistrate kept a jar of whisky by his side, from which he drank frequently to fortify his soul. On this day he grew very drunk, and thus waited. At last he saw something coming through the main gateway that seemed wrapped in fog. 3 or 4 embraces in waist size, and 15 feet or so high. There was no head to it, nor were body or arms visible. Only on the top were 2 dreadful eyes rolling wildly. The magistrate jumped up at once, rushed toward it, gave a great shout and struck it with his sword. When he gave it the blow, there was a sound of thunder, and the whole thing dissipated. Also, the foul smell that accompanied it disappeared at once. The magistrate then in a fit of intoxication, fell prone. The retainers, all thinking him dead, gathered in the courtyard to prepare for his burial. They saw him fallen to the earth, but they remarked that the bodies of others who had died from this evil had all been left on the veranda, but his was in the lower court. They raised him up in order to prepare him for burial, when suddenly he came to life, looked at them in anger, and asked what they meant. Fear and amazement possessed them, and from that time on there was no more smell that ever returned. The end. And that is a very interesting tale indeed. I quite like it. The Brave Magistrate, a Korean fairy tale. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Korean fairy tales. This is called The Temple to the God of War. Yi Hang Bok. When he was a child, a blind fortune teller came and cast his future, saying, "This boy will be very great indeed." At 7 years of age, his father gave him for subject to write a verse on the harp and the sword. And he wrote, "The sword pertains in the hand of the warrior, and the harp to the music of the ancients." At 8, he took the subject of the willow before the door, and wrote, "The east wind brushes the brow of the cliff, and the willow on the edge nods fresh and green." On seeing a picture of a great banquet amongst the fierce Turks of Central Asia, he wrote thus, "The hunt is off in the wild dark hills, and the moon is cold and grey, while the tramping feet of 1,000 horse ring on their frosty way. In the tents of the Turk the music thrills, and the wine cups chink for joy, mid the noise of the dancers' savage tread, and the lilt of the wild hot boy." At 12 years of age, he was proud, we are told, and haughty. He dressed well, and was envied by the poorer lads of the place. And once he took off his coat and gave it to a boy who looked with envy on him. He gave his shoes as well, and came back barefoot. His mother, wishing to know his mind in the matter, pretended to reprehend him, but he replied, saying, "Mother, when others wanted it so, how could I refuse giving?" His mother pondered these things in her heart. When he was 15, he was strong and well built, and liked vigorous exercise, so that he was a noted wrestler and skillful at shuttlecock. His mother, however, frowned upon these things, saying that they were not dignified, so that he gave them up and confined his attention to literary studies, graduating at 25 years of age. In 1592, during the Japanese War, when the king escaped to Iju, Yi Hang Bok went with him in his flight, and there he met the Chinese Ming representative, who said in surprise to His Majesty, "Do you mean to tell me that you have men in Chosen like Yi Hang Bok?" Yang Ho, the general of the rescuing forces, also continually referred to him for advice and counsel. He lived to see the troubles in the reign of the wicked Quang Hai, and at last went into exile to Pukchong. When he crossed the Iron Pass near Wonsan, he wrote, "From the giddy height of the Iron Peak, I call on the passing cloud to take up a lonely exile's tears in the folds its feathery shroud, and drop them as rain on the palace gates, on the king and his shameless crowd. The story. During the Japanese War, in the reign of Sonju, the Mings sent a great army that came east, drove out the enemy and restored peace. At that time, the general of the Mings informed his Korean Majesty that the victory was due to the help of Kwan, the god of war. This being the case, said he, you ought not to continue without temples in which to express your gratitude to him. So they built him houses of worship and offered him sacrifice. The temples built were one to the south and one to the east of the city. In examining sites for these, they could not agree on the one to the south. Some wanted it nearer the wall and some further away. At that time, an official called Yi Hang Bok was in charge of the conference. On a certain day, when Yi was at home, a military officer called and wished to see him. Ordering him in, he found him a great, strapping fellow, splendidly built. His request was that Yi should send out all his retainers till he talked to him privately. They were sent out, and then the stranger gave his message. After he had finished, he said goodbye and left. He, at that time, an old friend, stopping with him. The friend went out with the servants when they were asked to leave, and now he came back in again. When he came in, he noticed that the face of the master had a peculiar expression, and he asked him the reason of it. He made no reply at first, but later told his friend that a very extraordinary thing had happened. The military man who had come and called was none other than a messenger of the god of war. His coming, too, was on account of their not yet having decided in regard to the site of the temple. He came, said Yi, to show me where it ought to be. He urged that it was not a matter for time only, but for the eternities to come. If we do not get it right, the god of war will find no peace. I told him in reply that I would do my best. Was this not strange? The friend who had heard this was greatly exercised, but he warned him not to repeat it to anyone. He used all his efforts, and at last the building was placed on the approved site, where it stands now to this day. The end. And that is the end of that fairy tale, a Korean fairy tale. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel in Korean fairy tales. This is called The Visit from the Shades. Chai Yong-won, the story of meeting his mother's ghost, is reported to be of this man. Chai Yu-won matriculated in 1579 and graduated in 1602, becoming Chief Justice, and having conferred on him the rank of Prince. When he was a boy, his great aunt once gave him cloth for a suit of clothes, but he refused to accept it. And from this his aunt prophesied that he would yet become a famous man. He studied in the home of a great teacher, Yul Gok, and Yul Gok also foretold the day would come when he would be an honor to Korea. Yuwon once met Chang Han Kang and inquired of him concerning Payon Wakyuji, a law by which the weak became strong, the wicked good, and the stupid wise. He also asked that if one be truly transformed, will the soul change, as well as the body, or the body only? Chang replied, both are changed, for how could the body change without the soul? Yuan asked Yoguk concerning this also, and Yoguk replied that Chang's words were true. In 1607, Chai Yuan memorialized the king, calling attention to a letter received from Japan in answer to a communication sent by His Majesty, which had on its address the name of the Prime Minister, written a space lower than good form required. The Korean envoy had not protested, as duty would required of him, and yet the king had advanced him in rank. The various officials commended him for his courage. In 1612, while he was Chief Justice, King Quang Hai tried to degrade the Queen Dowager, who was not his own mother, he being born of a concubine, but Yuan besought him with tears not to do an illegal and unnatural thing. Still the king overrode all opposition and did according to his unfilial will. In it, all Chao Yu Wan was proven a good man and a just. He used to say to his companions, even as a youth, death is dreadful, but still better death for the righteousness' sake and honour than life in disgrace. Another saying of is this: all one's study is for the development of character. If it ends not in that, it is in vain. Korea's ancient belief was that the blood of a faithful son served as an elixir of life to the dying, so that when his mother was at the point of death, Yuan with a knife cut flesh from his thigh till the blood flowed, and with this he prepared his magical dose. Wow, well that's very interesting because I didn't know that. The story. There was a minister in olden days who once, when he was palace secretary, was getting ready for office in the morning. He had on his ceremonial dress, and it was rather early, and he leaned on his arm, rest for just a moment. Sleep overcame him. He dreamt, and in the dream he thought he was mounted on his journey. He was crossing the bridge at the entrance of the East Palace Street, when suddenly he saw his mother coming towards him on foot. He at once dismounted, bowed, and said, "Why do you come thus, mother, not in a chair, but on foot?" She replied, "I've already left the world, and things are not where I am as they are where you are, and so I walk." The secretary asked, "Where are you going, please?" She replied, "We have a servant living at Yongsan, and they're having a witch's prayer service there just now. So I'm going to partake of the sacrifice." "But," said the secretary, "we have sacrificial days, and many of them at our own home, those of the 4 seasons, also the 1st and the 15th of each month. Why do you go to the servant's house and not to mine?" The mother replied, "Your sacrifices are of no interest to me. I like the prayers of witches. If there is no medium, we spirits find no satisfaction. I am in a hurry," she said, "and cannot wait longer." So she spoke her farewell, and then she was gone. The secretary awoke with a start, but felt that he had actually seen what had come to pass. He then called his servant and told him to go at once to so-and-so's house in Yongsan and tell a certain servant to come that night without fail. "Go quickly," said the secretary, "so that you can be back before I enter the palace." Then he sat down to meditate over it. In a little the servant had gone and come again. It was not yet broad daylight, and because it was cold, the servant did not enter straight, but went first into the kitchen to warm his hands before the fire. There was a fellow servant there who asked him, "Have you had something to drink?" He replied, "They are having a big witch business on at Yongsan, and while the Mutang witch was performing, she said that the spirit that possessed her was the mother of the master here. On my appearance, she called out my name and said, 'This is a servant from our house.' Then she called me and gave me a big glass of spirit." She added further, "On my way here, I met my son going to the palace." The secretary, overhearing this talk from the room where he was waiting, broke down and began to cry. He called in the servant and made fuller inquiry, and more than ever he felt assured that his mother's spirit had really gone that morning to share in the Koot, which is sacrificial ceremony. He then called the Mutang, and in behalf of the spirit of his mother, made her a great offering. Ever afterwards he sacrificed to her 4 times a year at each returning season. The end. That's a sad story, but still a beautiful story from Korean fairy tales. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Korean Fairy Tales. This one is called The Home of the Fairies, so it definitely interests me. In the days of King In-jo, 1623 to 1649, there was a student of Confucius who lived in Kapayong. He was still a young man and unmarried. His education had not been extensive, for he had read only a little in the way of history and literature. For some reason or other, he left his home and went into Gangwon province. Travelling on horseback and with a servant, he reached a mountain, where he was overtaken by rain and it wet him through. Mysteriously, from some unknown cause, his servant suddenly died, and the man, in fear and distress, drew the body to the side of the hill, where he unfortunately had to leave it and go on his way, weeping. When he had gone but a short distance, the horse he rode fell under him and died also. Such was his plight. His servant died. His horse died, rain falling fast, and the road an unknown one. He did not know what to do or where to go, and reduced thus to walking, he broke down and cried. At this point, there met him an old man with very wonderful eyes, hair as white as snow. He asked the young man why he wept, and the reply was that his servant was dead, his horse was dead, that it was raining, and that he did not know the way. The patriarch, on hearing this, took pity on him. Lifting his staff, pointed, saying, "There is a house yonder, just beyond those pines. Follow that stream. It will bring you to where there are people." The young man looked as directed, and a li or so beyond he saw a clump of trees. He bowed, thanked the stranger, and started on his way. When he had gone a few paces, he looked back, but the friend had disappeared. Greatly wondering, he went on toward the place indicated, and as he drew near he saw a grove of pines. Huge trees they were, a whole forest of them. Bamboos appeared, too, in countless numbers, with a wide stream of water flowing by. Underneath the water there seemed to be marble flooring, like a great pavement. white and pure. As he went along, he saw that the water was all of an even depth. Such one could cross easily a mile or so further. On he saw a beautifully decorated house. The pillars and entrance approaches were perfect in form. He continued his way, wet as he was, carrying his thorn staff, and entered the gate and sat down to rest. It was paved, too, with marble, and smooth as polished glass. There were no chinks or creases in it. All was of one perfect surface. In the room was a marble table, and on it a copy of the Book of Changes. There was also a brazier of jade, just in front. Incense was burning in it, and the fragrance filled the room. Beside these, nothing else was visible. The rain had ceased, and all was quiet and clear, with no wind nor anything to disturb. The world of confusion seemed to have receded from him. While he sat there, looking in astonishment, he suddenly heard the sound of footfalls from the rear of the building. Startled by it, he turned to see when an older man appeared. He looked as though he might equal the turtle or crane as to age, and was very dignified. He wore a green dress and carried a jade staff of 9 sections. The appearance of the old man was much as to stun any inhabitants of the earth. He recognized him as the master of the place, and so he went forward and made a low obeisance. The old man received him kindly and said, "I am the master, and have long waited for you." He took him by the hand and led him away. As he went along, the hills grew more and more enchanting, with the soft breezes and the light that touched him with mystifying favour. Suddenly, as he looked, the man was gone. So he went on by himself, and arrived soon at another palace, built likewise of precious stones. It was a great hall, stretching on into the distance as far as one's eye could see. The young man had seen the royal palace frequently when in Seoul attending examinations, but compared with this, the royal palace was as a mud but thatched with straw. As he reached the gate, a man in ceremonial robes received him and led him in. He passed 2 or 3 pavilions, and at last reached a special one, and went up to the upper story. There, reclining at a table, he saw the ancient sage, whom he had met before. Again he bowed. This young man, brought up poorly in the country, was never accustomed to seeing or dealing with the great. In fear, he did not dare lift his eyes. The ancient master, however, again welcomed him, and asked him to be seated, saying, "This is not the dusty world that you are accustomed to, but the abode of the genie. I know you were coming, and so was waiting to receive you." He turned and called, saying, "Bring something for the guest to eat." In a swift moment, a little servant brought a richly laden table. It was such fare as was never even seen on earth, and there was abundance of it. The young man, hungry as he was, ate heartily of these strange viands. And then the dishes were carried away, and the old man said, "I have a daughter who has arrived at a marriageable age. I have been trying to find a son-in-law, but as yet have not succeeded. Your coming accords with this need. Live here, then, and become my son-in-law." The young man, not knowing what to think, bowed and was silent. Then the host turned and gave an order, saying, "Call in the children." 2 boys, about 12 or 13 years of age, came in and sat down beside him. Their faces were beautifully white. They seemed like jewels. The master pointed them and said to the guest, "These are my sons." And to the sons he said, "This young man is he whom I have chosen for my son-in-law. When should we have the wedding?" Choose you a lucky day and let me know. The two boys reckoned over the days on their fingers and then together said, the day after tomorrow is a lucky day. The old man, turning to the stranger, said, that decides as to the wedding. Now you must wait in the guest chamber till the time arrives. He then gave a command to call so-and-so. In a little, an official of the genie came forward, dressed in light and airy garments. His appearance and expression were very beautiful. A man he seemed of glad and happy means. The master said, show this young man the way to his apartments, and treat him well until the time of the wedding. The official then led the way, and the young man bowed as he left the room. When he had passed outside the gate, a red sedan chair was in the waiting for him. He was asked to mount. 8 bearers bore him smoothly along. A mile or so distant they reached another palace, equally wonderful, with no speck or flaw of any kind to mar its beauty. In graceful groves of flowers and trees, he descended to enter his pavilion. Beautiful garments were taken from jewelled boxes, and a perfumed bath was given to him, and a change made. Thus he laid aside his weather-beaten clothes and donned the vestments of the genie. The official remained as company for him until the appointed time. When that day arrived, other beautiful robes were brought, and again he bathed, and again he did change. When he was dressed, he mounted the palanquin and rode to the palace of the master, 20 more officials accompanying. On arrival, a guide directed them to the special palace. Beautiful it was. Here he saw preparations for the wedding, and here he made his bow. This finished, he moved as directed further in. The tinkling sound of jade bells and the breath of sweet perfumes filled the air. Thus he made his entry into the inner quarters. Many beautiful women were waiting, all gorgeously apparelled like the woman of the gods. Among these, he imagined that he would meet the master's daughter. In a little, accompanied by a host of others, she came, shining in jewels and beautiful clothing, so that she lighted up the palace. He took his stand before her, though her face was hidden from him by a fan of pearls. When he saw at last, so beautiful was she that his eyes were dazzled. The other women, compared with her, were as magpie to the phoenix. So bewildered was he that he dared not look up. The friend accompanying assisted him to bow and to go through the necessary forms. The ceremony was much the same as that observed among men. When it was over, the young man went back to his bridegroom's chamber. There, the embroidered curtains, the golden screens, the silken clothing, the jewel floor, were such as no man on earth would have ever seen. On the second day, his mother-in-law called him to her. Her age would be about 30. Her face was like a freshly blown lotus flower. Here a great feast was spread, with many guests invited. The accompaniments thereof, in the way of music, were sweeter than mortals ever dreamed of. When the feast was over, the women caught up their skirts and, lifting their sleeves, danced together and sang in sweet accord. The sound of their singing caused even the clouds to stop and listen. When the day was over, and all had well dined, the feast broke up. A young man brought up in a country but had all of a sudden met the thief of the genie, and had become a sharer in his glory, and the accompaniments of his life. His mind was dazed and his thoughts overcame him. Doubts were mixed with fears. He knew not what to do. A sharer in the joys of the fairies he had actually become, and a year or so passed in such delight as no words can ever describe. One day his wife said to him, "Would you like to enter into the inner enclosure and see as the fairies see?" He replied, "Gladly would I." She then led him into a special park where there were lovely walk surrounded by green hills. As they advanced, there were charming views with springs of water and sparkling cascades. The scene grew gradually more enchanting, with jeweled flowers, lovely birds, animals disporting themselves. A man once entering here would never again think of Earth as a place to return to. After seeing this, he ascended the highest peak of all, which was like a tower on many stories. Before him lay a wide stretch of sea, with islands of the blessed standing out of water, and long stretches of pleasant land in view. His wife showed them all to him, pointing out this and that. They seemed filled with golden palaces and surrounded with a halo of light. They were peopled with happy souls, some riding on cranes, some on phoenix, some on unicorn. Some were sitting on the clouds, some sailing by on the wind, some just walking on the air, gliding gently up the streams, some descending from above, some ascending from moving west, some north, some gathering in groups. Flutes and harps sounded sweetly. So many and so startling were the things seen that he could never tell a tale of them. After the day had passed, they returned. Thus was their joy unbroken, and when 2 years had gone by, she bore him 2 sons. Time moved on when one day, unexpectedly, as he was seated with his wife, he began to cry. Tears soiled his face. She asked in amazement for the cause of it. I was thinking, said he, of how a plain countryman living in poverty had thus become the son-in-law of the king of the genii. But in my home, in my poor old mother, whom I've not seen for these years, I would so like to see her that my tears flow. The wife laughed and said, would you really like to see her? Then go, but do not cry. She told her father that her husband would like to go and see his mother. The master called him and gave him his permission. The son thought, of course, that he would call many servants and send him in state, but not so. His wife gave him one little bundle, that was all. So he said goodbye to his father-in-law, whose parting word was, go now and see your mother, and in a little I shall call for you again. He sent with him one servant, and so he passed out through the main gateway. There he saw a poor thin horse, which wore a rag for a saddle on its back. He looked carefully and found that they were the dead horse and the dead servant whom he had lost. Restored to him, he gave a start. How did you come here? The servant answered, I was coming with you on the road, and someone caught me away and brought me here. I did not know the reason, but I've been here for a long time. The man, in great fear, fastened to his bundle and startled on his journey. The genie servant brought up the rear, but after a short distance the world of wonder had become transformed to the old weary world again. Here it was, with its fogs and foam and precipice. He looked off towards the world of the genie, and it was but a dream. So overcome was he by his feelings that he broke down and cried. The genie servant said to him when he saw him weeping, you have been for several years in the abode of the unmortals, but you have not yet attained thereto, for you have not yet forgotten the 7 things of earth: anger, sorrow, fear, ambition, hate, and selfishness. If you once get rid of these, there will be no tears for you. On hearing this, he stopped crying, wiped his cheeks, and asked pardon. When he had gone a mile further, he found himself on the main road. The servant said to him, you know the way from this point on, so I shall go back. And thus at last, the young man reached his home. He found there an exercising ceremony in progress. Witches and spirit worshippers had been called, and were saying their prayers. The family, seeing the young man come home thus, were all aghast. It is his ghost, they said. However, They saw in a little that it was really he himself. The mother asked why he had not come home in all the time, she being a very violent woman in disposition. He did not dare to tell her the truth, so he made up something else. The day of his return was the anniversary of his supposed death, and so they all called the witches for a prayer ceremony. He reopened the bundle that his wife had given him and found 4 suits of clothes, one for each season. In about a year after his return home, the mother, seeing him alone, made application for the daughter of one of the village literati. The man, being timid by nature and afraid of offending his mother, did not dare to refuse, and was therefore married. But there was no joy in it, and the two never looked at each other. The young man had a friend whom he had known intimately from childhood. After his return, the friend came to see him frequently. They used to spend the nights talking together. In their talks, the friend inquired why, in all these years, he had never come home. The young man then told him what had befallen him in the land of Genie, and how he had been there and been married. The friend looked at him in wonder, for he seemed just as he remembered, except in the matter of clothing. This he found on examination was a very strange material, and neither grass, cloth, silk, nor cotton, but different from them all, yet warm and comfortable. When spring came, the spring clothes sufficed. When summer came, those for summer, and for autumn and winter each special suit. They were never washed, and yet never became soiled. They were never worn out. They always looked fresh and new. The friend was greatly astonished. Some 3 years passed, when one day there came once more a servant from the master of Genie, bringing his 2 sons. There were also letters saying, next year, the place where you dwell will be destroyed, and all the people will become fish and meat for the enemy. Therefore follow this messenger, and come, all of you. He told his friend of this and showed him his 2 sons. The friend, when he saw these children that looked like silk and jade, confessed the matter to the mother also. She too gladly agreed, and so they sold out and had a great feast for all the people of the town, and bade farewell. This was the year 1635. They left, and were never heard of again. The year following was the Manchu invasion, when the village where the young man had lived was all destroyed. To this day, young and old in Kapyong tell this very same story. The end. And that's a story of, well, I guess Korean fairies, where the Korean fairies live, the Genie, the Genii. It's very interesting and very different, and I really like it. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This Korean fairy tale is called The Fearless Captain. There was formerly a soldier, Yi Man Ji, of Yongnam, a strong and muscular fellow, and brave as a lion. He had green eyes and a terrible countenance. Frequently he said, "Fear? What is fear?" On a certain day when he was in his house, a sudden storm of rain came on, when there were flashes of lightning and heavy claps of thunder. At one of them, there was a great ball of fire that came tumbling into his home and went rolling over the veranda, through the rooms, into the kitchen and out into the yard, and again into several servants' quarters. Several times it went and came bouncing about. Its blazing light and the accompanying noise made it a thing of terror. Yi sat in the outer veranda, wholly undisturbed. He thought to himself, "If I've done no wrong, therefore, why need I fear the lightning?" A moment later, a flash struck the large elm tree in front of the house and smashed it to pieces. The rain then ceased, and the thunder likewise. Ye turned to see how it fared with his family, and found them all fallen, senseless. With the greatest of difficulty, he had them restored to life. During that year they all fell ill and died, and Yi came to Seoul and became a captain of the right guard. Shortly after, he went to North Hamgyong province. There, he took a second wife and settled down. All his predecessors had died of goblin influences, and the fact that calamity had overtaken them while in the official quarters had caused them to use one of the village houses instead. Yi, however, determined to live down all fear and go back to the old quarters, which he extensively repaired. One night his wife was in the inner room while he was alone in the public office with a light burning before him. In the second watch or thereabout, a strange-looking object came out of the inner quarters. It looked like a stump of a tree wrapped in black sackcloth. There was no outline or definite shape to it, and it came jumping along and sat itself immediately before Yi Manji. Also, two other objects came following in its wake, shaped just like the first one. The three then sat in a row before Yi, coming little by little closer and closer to him. Yi moved away till he had backed up against the wall and could go no further. Then he said, "Who are you, anyhow? What kind of devil, pray, that you dare to push me towards in my own office? If you have any complaint or matter to set right, say so, and I'll see to it." The middle devil said in reply, "I am hungry, I am hungry, I am hungry." Yi answered, "Hungry, are you? Very well. Now just move back and I'll have food prepared for you in abundance." He then repeated a magic formula that he had learned, and he snapped his fingers. The three devils seemed to be afraid of this. Then Manji suddenly closed his fist and struck a blow at the first devil. It dodged, however, most deftly, and he missed, but hit the floor in a sounding blow that cut his hand. They then all shouted, "We'll go, we'll go. Since you treat guests thus." At once they bundled out of the room and disappeared. On the following day, he had oxen killed and a sacrifice offered to those devils, and they returned no more. And there is a note at the end of the story that says, "Men have been killed by goblins. This is not so much due to the fact that goblins are wicked as to the fact that men are afraid of them. Many died in North Hamgyong, but those again who were brave and clove them with a knife or struck them down lived. If they had been afraid, they too would have probably died." The end. And that's another fairy tale from Korea, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I like them. I know they're short, but I do like them. That was The Fearless Captain. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Korean Fairy Tales. This one's called The Awful Little Goblin. There was an occasion for celebration in the home of a nobleman of Seoul, whereupon a feast, to which were invited all family friends, were prepared. There was a great crowd of men and women. In front of the women's quarters, there suddenly appeared an uncombed, ugly-looking boy, about 15 years of age. The host and guests, thinking him a coolie who had come in the train of some visitor, did not ask specially concerning him, but one of the women guests, seeing him in the inner quarters, sent a servant to reprimand him and put him out. The boy, however, did not move, So the servant said to him, "Who are you, anyway? And with whom did you come? And do you enter the woman's quarters, and even when told to go, do not go?" The boy, however, stood stock still, just as he had been, with no word of reply. The company looked at him in doubt and began to ask one another whose he was and with whom he had come. Again, they had the servant make inquiry, but still there was no reply. The woman then grew very angry and ordered him to be put out. Several took hold of him and tried to pull him, but he was fixed like a rock, fast in the earth, absolutely immovable. In helpless rage, they informed the men. The men, hearing this, sent several strong servants, who took hold all at once, but he did not budge an hair. They asked, "Who are you, anyway?" And he gave no reply. The crowd, then enraged, sent 10 strong men with ropes to bind him, but like a giant mountain he remained fast, so that they recognized that he could not be moved by man's power. Our guest remarked, "But he too is human. Why cannot he be moved?" They then sent 5 or 6 giant fellows with clubs to smash him to pieces, and they laid on with their might. It looked as though he would be crushed like an egg and turn into shell. Well, the sound of their pounding was like reverberating thunder. But just as before, not a hair did he turn, and not a wink did he give. Then the crowd began to fear, saying, "This is not a man, but a god." As they entered the courtyard, one and all, and began to bow before him, joining their hands and supplicating earnestly, they kept this up for a long time. At last the boy gave a sarcastic smile, turned around, went out of the gate, and disappeared. The company, frightened out of their wits, called off the feast, and from that day on, the people of that house were taken ill, including hosts and guests, those who scolded him, those who tried to tie him up with ropes, those who had tried to pound him, all died in a few days. Other members of the company, too, contracted typhus and the like, and also died. It was commonly held that the boy was the Tu-Uk spirit, but we cannot definitely say. Strange indeed. Note at the end states, when the time comes for a clan to disappear from the earth, calamity befalls it. Even though a great spirit should come in at the door at such a feast time, if the guests had done as Confucius suggests, be reverent and distant, instead of insulting him and making him more malignant than ever, they would have escaped. Still, devils and men were never intended to dwell together. The end. Well, that's true indeed. The next one is called God's Way. In a certain town, there lived a man of fierce and ungovernable disposition, who in moments of anger used to beat his mother. One day, this parent, thus beaten, screamed out, "Oh God, why do you strike dead this wicked man? Can you not? He beats his mother." The beating over, the son thrust his sickle through his belt and went slowly off the fields, where he was engaged by a neighbouring reaping buckwheat. The day was fine and the sky beautifully clear. Suddenly a dark fleck of a cloud appeared in mid-heaven, and a little later all the sky became black. Furious thunder followed and rain came on. The village people looked out toward the field, where the flashes of lightning were specially noticeable. They seemed to see there a man with lifted sickle trying to ward them off. When the storm had cleared away, they went to see, and lo, they found the man who had beaten his mother, struck dead and riven to pieces. God takes note of evildoers on this earth and deals with them as they deserve, how greatly should we fear? Now I like that story. I really do. It's a very good one. Though it's a fairy tale, and God doesn't really do that because we also have free will, and He gave us free will for a reason. It's a good story with a the moral to it's very good. And the next one is The Old Man in the Dream. Kwon Jai was a man high in rank and well advanced in years. He was, however, much given to sport and various kinds of pleasure. One night he had a dream, when an old man came to him, who bowed low, and in tears said, "Sir Minister, Hong wishes to kill off me and all my posterity. Please save me, won't you?" Kwon asked, "How can I save you?" The old man replied, "Hong will assuredly ask your excellency to help him desist from it. Please, for if you do, Hong will give it up and I shall live, and all mine." A little later there came a rap at the door, when Kwon awakened and asked, "Who is there?" It was Hong, who that day had planned an excursion to Lotus Lake to fish for turtles, and now had come specially to invite Kwon to go with him. Then Kwon knew that the turtle had appeared to him in a dream in the form of an old man, so he declined, saying he was ill. He later learned that Hong also did not go. And that is the end of those 3 beautiful Korean tales, and they are beautiful. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Korean Fairy Tales. This is called The Old Buddha. Prime Minister Chow Yun-tok was in mourning once for his mother. With a single horse and one servant, he made a journey to the south, where the road led through the county of Kai Yong. At that very time, 2 or 3 of the district magistrates had pitched a tent on the bank of the river and were having refreshments. They said to one another, "Who is that mourner that goes riding by without dismounting? It must be some country farmer who's never learned proper names. We shall certainly teach him a lesson, we have to." They sent an attendant to arrest and bring his servant, whom they asked, "Who is your master?" He replied, "Chow, the old Buddha." "But what's his real name?" they demanded. "The old Buddha," was the reply. Then they grew very angry at this and said, "Your master has offended in not dismounting, and you offend in concealing his name. Both slave and master are equally ill-mannered." And so they beat him over the head. Then the servant said slowly, "He is called Cho the Buddha, but his real name is Yun Tok, and he is now on his way to his country home in Changwon." At once they recognized that it was no other than the Prime Minister. Great fear overcame them. They struck their tent, cleared away the eatables, and ran to make their deepest salam and to ask pardon for their sin. The old Buddha was a special name by which this famous minister was known. Very interesting tale indeed. A Wonderful Medicine is the next. Prince Cheong had been First Minister of the land for 30 years. He was a man just and upright. Now nearly 90 years of age, his son was called Wao, and was second in influence only to his father. Both were greatly renowned in the age in which they lived, and His Majesty treated them with special regard. Prince Cheong's home was suddenly attacked by goblins and devils, and when a young official came to call on him, these mysterious beings, in broad daylight, snatched the hat from his head and crumpled it. They threw stones too, and kept on throwing them, so that all the court was reduced to confusion. Prince Cheung made his escape and went to live in another house, where he prepared a special medicine called Sal Kui Wan, kill devil pills, actually, which he offered in prayer. From that time the goblins departed, and now, after 5 or 6 years, no sign of them has reappeared. Prince Cheung too is well and strong and free from sickness. Though bear in mind, that tale will be extremely old, and therefore I could not tell you the actual date. A faithful Mo is the next. Prince Ha had a slave who was landed proprietor and lived in Yangzhou county. He had a daughter, fairest of the fair, whom he called Mo. Nobody beautiful beyond expression. And Yun was a noted scholar, a man of distinction in letters. He was Mo, fell in love with her and took her for his wife. Prince Ha heard of this and was furiously angry. Said he, "How is it that you, a slave, dare to marry with a man of the aristocracy?" He had her arrested and brought home, intending to marry her to one of his bondsmen. Mo learned of this, and with tears and sorrow, but knew not what to do. At last, she made her escape over the wall and went back to Anne. Anne was delighted beyond expression to see her, but, in view of the old prince, he knew not what to do. Together they took an oath to die rather than be parted. Later, Prince Ha, returning of this, sent his underlings to arrest her again and carry her off. After this, all trace of her was lost, till Mo was discovered one day in a room, hanging by the neck dead. And months of sorrow passed over Anne, till once, under the cover of night, he was returning from the Confucian temple to his house over the ridge of Kamal Mountain. It was early autumn, and the wooded tops were shimmering in the moonlight. All the world had sunk softly to rest, and no passers were on the way. Anne was just then musing longingly of Mo, and in heartbroken accents repeating love verses in her memory, when suddenly a soft footfall was heard, as though coming from among the pines. He took careful notice, and there was Mo. Anne knew she was long dead, and so must have known that it was her spirit. But because he was so buried in thought of her, doubting nothing, he ran to her and caught her by the hand, saying, "How did you come here?" But she disappeared, and she gave a great cry, and so did Anne, and broke into tears. On account of this, he fell ill. He ate, but his grief was so great he could not swallow, and a little later he died of a broken heart. Kim Champan, who was of the same age as I, and my special friend, was also a cousin of Anne, and he frequently spoke of this. Yu Hyongjiang, also Anne's nephew by marriage, told the story many times. Said he, "Faithful unto death was she, for even a woman of the literary, who had been born and brought up at the gates of ceremonial form, it is difficult matter enough to die. But for a slave, the lowest of the low, who knew not the versing of ceremony, righteousness, truth, or devotion, what about her? To the end, out of love for her husband, she held fast to her purity and yielded up her life without a blemish. Even of the faithful among the ancients, was there even better than Mo?" The end. Those are 3 more Korean fairy tales, folklore tales from Korea. How wonderful they are. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. This is called the renowned Korean fairy tales folklore. Minister of State, Maying Sasong, once upon a time dressed in plain clothes, started south on a long journey. On the way he was overtaken by rain and turned into a side pavilion for rest and shelter. There was a young scholar already in the pavilion by the name of Wahang Iu Hon, who, with his two hands behind his back, was reading the pavilion inscription board, on which verses were written. Long he read and long he looked, about as though no one else were there. At last he turned to the old man and said, "Well, Granddad, do you know the flavour of verses like these?" The famous minister, pretending ignorance, arose and said, "An old countryman like myself, could you expect him to know? Please tell me the meaning." Wahang said, "These verses were written by a great men of the past. What they saw and experienced they wrote down to inspire the souls of those who were to come after them. They are like pictures of sea and land, for there are living pictures in poetry, you know?" The minister said, "Indeed, that's wonderful. But if it were not for men like yourself, how should I ever come to know these things?" A little later came pack horses indeed, with all sorts of things, servants and retainers too, a great company of them, tent poles, canvas packs, and other equipment. A long procession. Wang, surprised by this, made inquiry, when to his amazement he learned that the old man was none other than Maying Sasong. Unconsciously he dropped on his knees in a deep and long obeisance. The minister laughed and said, "That will do. There is no difference in the value of mere men. They are high or low according to their thoughts that prompt them. But unfortunately, all are born with a proud heart. You are not a common scholar. Why? Therefore should you be so proud to begin with and so humble now." The minister took him by the hand and led him to his mat, made him sit down, comforted him, and then sent him along on his way. The end. The next is called the senses. The eyes are round like gems so that they can roll about and see things. The ears have holes in them so that they can hear. The nose has openings by which it can perceive smell. And the mouth is horizontal and slit so that it can inhale and exhale the breath. The tongue is like an organ reed so that it can make sounds and talk. 3 of the 4 have each their particular office to fulfill. While the mouth has 2 offices, but the member that distinguishes the good from the bad is the heart. So that without the heart, even though you have eyes, you cannot see. Though you have ears, you cannot hear. Though you have a nose, you cannot smell. And though you have a mouth, you cannot breathe. So they say that without heart, seeing you cannot see, and hearing you cannot hear. The end. It's actually quite true, that, to be fair. It's definitely not so much as folklore, that, but more reality. The next. Who decides? God or king? King Taizong was having a rest in Hyungyang Palace, while outside 2 eunuchs were talking together over the law, and that the one that governs the affairs of men, as to whether it is man or God. A said, "Riches and honour are all in the king's hand." B said, "Nothing of the kind. Every atom of wealth and every degree of promotion are all ordered of God. Even the king himself has no part in it and no power." So they argued, each that he was right, without ever coming to an agreement. The king, overhearing what was said, wrote a secret dispatch, saying, "Raise the bearer of this letter 1 degree in rank." He sealed it and commanded A to take it to Seong, who was then in charge of this office. A made his bow and departed. A did. But just what he was about to leave the palace enclosure, a furious pain took him in the stomach, so that he begged B to take his place and go into the city. The next day, when the record of promotions was placed before the king, he read how B had been advanced, but not one word was there about A. King Taiyong made inquiry, and when he knew the circumstances, he gave a sudden start of wonder and remained long in deep thought. The end. Don't know what that's about. Don't fully understand it. Not going to lie. But I know I have Korean friends, and I'm sure they will be able to enlighten me in the comments, definitely. So please do, my Korean friends, let me know what that folktale is actually about and what the king meant. I would appreciate that. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Korean folklore fairy tales. This is called Three Kings Mastered. There was a relative of the king named Im Sung-jong, who was a gifted man in thought and purpose. He was the first performer of his time on the harp. King Se-yong said of him, "Im's harp knows but one master, and follows no other man." His home was outside the south gate, and every morning he was seen kneeling on the sill of his front door, beating his bands upwards and downwards on his knees. And this practice he carried on for 3 years. People could not imagine what he meant by it, but thought him mad. Thus he learned the motions required for the harp. Also he blew with his mouth and practiced with his fingers day and night without stopping, so that when people called on him, he would see them but would not perceive them. He kept this up for 3 years and so learned the motions for the flute. He was a lightly built man in body, and poor at riding and at archery. He often sighed over this defect and said, "Oh, though I am weak and stupid and not able to shoot a long distance, I shall yet know how to hit the target and make the bullseye." This also must be acquired by practice. So every morning he took his bow and arrows, went off into the hills. There he shot all day long, keeping it up for 3 years, till he became a renowned archer. Thus you may perceive the kind of man he was. The end. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Strangely stricken dead is the next one. There's once a man called Kim Tok-saing, a soldier of fortune who had been specially honoured at the court of Taizong. He had several times been a generalissimo of the army, and on his various campaigns had an intimate friend accompany him, a friend whom he greatly loved. But Kim had been dead now for some 10 years and more, when one night his friend of his was awakened with a start and gave a great outcry. He slept again, but a little later was disturbed once more by a fright, at which he called out. His wife, not liking this, inquired as to what he meant. The friend said, "I have just seen General Kim riding on a white horse with bow and arrows at his belt. He called to me and said, 'A thief has just entered my home, and I have come to shoot him dead.' He went and again returned, and so he drew an arrow from his quiver. I saw that there were blood marks on it. He said, 'I have just shot him. He is dead.' The husband and wife, in fear and wonder, talked over it together. When morning came, the friend went to the General Kim's former home to make inquiry. He learned that very night, Kim Young's widow had decided to remarry, but as soon as the chosen fiancé had entered her home, a terrible pain shot him through, and before morning came, he had died in great, great agony. The end. Interesting. The mysterious Hoi Tree. A Prince Pasong's house was situated just inside of the Great East Gate, and before it was a large hoi tree. On a certain night, the prince's son-in-law was passing by the roadway that led in front of the archer's pavilion. There he saw a great company of bowmen, more than could say for a usual number, all shooting together at the target. A moment later, he saw them practicing riding, some throwing spears, some hurling bowls, some shooting from horseback, so that the road in front of the pavilion was blocked against all comers. Some shouted as he came by, "Look at that impudent rascal! He attempts to ride by without dismounting." They caught him and beat him, paying no attention to his cries for mercy, and having no pity for the pain he suffered. Till one tall fellow came out of their serried ranks and said in an angry voice to the crowd, "He is my master. Why do you treat him so?" He undid his bonds, took him by the arm, and led him home. When the son-in-law reached the gate, he looked back and saw the man walk under the high tree and disappear. He then learned, too, that all the crowd of archers were spirits, not men, and that the tall one who had befriended him was a spirit, too, and that he had come forth from their particular high tree where they did return. Wow, it's kind of nice, that one. I like that one. It's very sweet and interesting also. And that's what I like about these stories. They're very sweet and interesting. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Korean folklore fairy tales. This is called Three Kings Mastered. There was a relative of the king named Im Sung-jong, who was a gifted man in thought and purpose. He was the first performer of his time on the harp. King Se-yong said of him, "Im's harp knows but one master, and follows no other man." His home was outside the south gate, and every morning he was seen kneeling on the sill of his front door, beating his bands upwards and downwards on his knees. And this practice he carried on for 3 years. People could not imagine what he meant by it, but thought him mad. Thus he learned the motions required for the harp. Also he blew with his mouth and practiced with his fingers day and night without stopping, so that when people called on him, he would see them but would not perceive them. He kept this up for 3 years and so learned the motions for the flute. He was a lightly built man in body, and poor at riding and at archery. He often sighed over this defect and said, "Oh, though I am weak and stupid and not able to shoot a long distance, I shall yet know how to hit the target and make the bullseye." This also must be acquired by practice. So every morning he took his bow and arrows, went off into the hills. There he shot all day long, keeping it up for 3 years, till he became a renowned archer. Thus you may perceive the kind of man he was. The end. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Strangely stricken dead is the next one. There's once a man called Kim Tok-saing, a soldier of fortune who had been specially honoured at the court of Taejong. He had several times been a generalissimo of the army, and on his various campaigns had an intimate friend accompany him, a friend whom he greatly loved. But Kim had been dead now for some 10 years and more, when one night his friend of his was awakened with a start and gave a great outcry. He slept again, but a little later was disturbed once more by a fright, at which he called out. His wife, not liking this, inquired as to what he meant. The friend said, "I have just seen General Kim riding on a white horse with bow and arrows at his belt. He called to me and said, 'A thief has just entered my home, and I have come to shoot him dead.' He went and again returned, and so he drew an arrow from his quiver. I saw that there were blood marks on it. He said, 'I have just shot him. He is dead.' The husband and wife, in fear and wonder, talked over it together. When morning came, the friend went to the General Kim's former home to make inquiry. He learned that very night, Kim Young's widow had decided to remarry. But as soon as the chosen fiancé had entered her home, a terrible pain shot him through. And before morning came, he had died in great, great agony. The end. Interesting. The mysterious Hoitry. A Prince Passong's house was situated just inside of the Great East Gate, and before it was a large Hoitry. On a certain night, the prince's son-in-law was passing by the roadway that led in front of the archer's pavilion. There he saw a great company of bowmen, more than could say for a usual number, all shooting together at the target. A moment later, he saw them practicing riding, some throwing spears, some hurling bowls, some shooting from horseback, so that the road in front of the pavilion was blocked against all comers. Some shouted as he came by, "Look at that impudent rascal! He attempts to ride by without dismounting." They caught him and beat him, paying no attention to his cries for mercy, and having no pity for the pain he suffered. Till one tall fellow came out of their serried ranks and said in an angry voice to the crowd, "He is my master. Why do you treat him so?" He undid his bonds, took him by the arm, and led him home. When the son-in-law reached the gate, he looked back and saw the man walk under the Hoitry and disappear. He then learned, too, that all the crowd of archers were spirits, not men, and that the tall one who had befriended him was a spirit, too, and that he had come forth from their particular Hoitry, where they did return. Wow, it's kind of nice, that one. I like that one. It's very sweet and interesting also. And that's what I like about these stories. They're very sweet and interesting. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Burmese Fairy Tales Folklore. The next story is called The Farmer and His Sons. There was once a farmer who was close to death. He had worked hard in his vineyard all his life. Before he died, of course, he wanted to teach his 3 sons how to be good farmers, and called them to his bedside, and he said, "My sons, I have an important secret to share with you. There is a buried treasure in the vineyard. Promise me that you will look for it when I am dead." The sons gave their promise, and so soon as their father had passed away, they began looking for the treasure. They worked hard under scorching sun, imagining there was gold, diamonds, and other treasure. Soon they had dug up every inch of the land, but found nothing. They felt very upset. A few months later, however, grapes started to appear on the vines and were of the highest quality in the neighborhood. The sons sold them for a lot of money. It was only then that sons understood what their father meant by treasure, and they did live happily ever after. The end. I told a story like that in English, so it doesn't surprise me that it's in other cultures too. A sad fate. Long, long ago, there was a very poor family in a village. The young son was called Petu. His friends were very rich and could afford a good education, unlike himself. One day, he saw a crane find a fish and catch it in its mouth. He did the same as a bird, using a spear and catching a fish in his mouth. He became very proficient at this time and also at catching other objects. The king heard about this and called the boy to his palace and asked, "Who taught you this?" Petu replied that he had no teacher as such, not wanting to reveal that his teacher was a bird. The next time he tried to catch a fish in this way at the request of the king, he failed, as he worried about his dishonesty. He suffered an accident with the spear. The king thought he had been lying. Therefore, Petu suffered a sad fate for not telling the king the truth and showing the full respect to his teacher, though it was a bird. And that's the end of this part of our Buerma fairy tales. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, as we head into Christmas, welcome to the next set of Buerma or Burmese fairy tales. or folklore, I guess. The next story is called Friends. There was once a farmer who had 4 sons. These sons sadly fought each other daily. Their mother had passed away and they had become very naughty. Their father had to work hard and had no time to discipline his sons. For a long time, there was no family unity and there was great unhappiness as a result. Furthermore, the sons did not want to work hard. Their father worried about their future when he would no longer be with them. All of my sons, come here. Now I am old. I may die at any time. It is important that you carry out what I say to you. Pick up some firewood and break it up. I will do the same. Guess why I'm asking you to do this? They carried out their father's wish and found that the individual pieces of firewood broke easily. Afterwards, their father bound 5 pieces of firewood together with bamboo strips. None of them could break up the firewood. The father urged his son, saying, I want you to be strong and stay friends like this. The sons understood what this symbolized and promised to live in unity. And they did, and they lived happily ever after. The English version of that is where he gets his sons to snap bamboo sticks. And what he does, if you remember, is that he ties them together and they can only break them as a group. They cannot break it individually. So that's very similar to the English story, but also different. The next is a disrespectful daughter. In Ya Liwa in Burma, the villagers are farmers and they are known as honest, hard-working and helpful to each other and, well, everyone really. Yumia Ung's family lived in the centre of the village. He had a beautiful daughter called Tin Maya. She was intelligent and mostly good-natured, though she could sometimes be rude to her parents. She refused to help at home and was only interested in eating and her looks. In fact, she was rather spoilt, having everything done for her. If something was not to her liking, such as a meal, she would insult her mother. When her father became ill, her mother asked her to take care of him. She spoke rudely to her mother, and in anger, her mother slapped her face. Tin Maya ran outside, away from the village to an unfamiliar place. Suddenly, she felt like her feet were sinking into the ground, into some marshland. There was nobody to help her, and she waited for someone to pass by. One should show respect where it is due, especially to elders. That's very true, though, indeed. So we're now on to something quite different, because this section's called Curious Tales. And the first one, an intelligent boy. Long, long ago, there was a young man who lived in a village working as a merchant. One day, he went to town riding his horse. When reaching the town's gate, he came across a beggar. I would like to follow you into town, said the beggar. Taking pity on him, the young man agreed. When entering the town, the beggar refused to climb down from the horse. To the surprise of the young man, the beggar said, "This is my horse." They argued with each other. Finally, they went to the town nobleman and asked him to decide whose horse it was. He could not decide, so the young man suggested asking the beggar a question. Which eye of your horse is not healthy? The beggar replied, the left eye is not good. However, it was a trick question, as both eyes were healthy. The nobleman then knew who the liar was, taking him off to prison. The end. Now, there's a lesson in that last one, and I like it when my followers and my family being ones that are close to me, honey, guess what that lesson might be. So please do that in the comments. Thank you for listening to this episode of Buerma, Burmese, Fairy Tales, and many blessings. Hello everyone and welcome back to Buerma Fairy Tales. This fairy tale is called The Mirror. Once there was a married couple who lived in a village where they grew rice. The husband was called Nakar, and his wife was known as Maya. One day, when Nakar was going to the rice field, he found a mirror and picked it up. He saw his reflection and thought it could be his father, not knowing what a mirror was. When he arrived home, he kept the mirror in a box, and each time he looked at it, he cried. His wife was curious as to know why. She opened the box while he was away and saw her reflection. Oh, this may be a picture of his next wife, she uttered. When a monk visited their home, he asked them why they were arguing. Maya said, he will have a new wife. Nakar replied, no, it's my father's picture. The monk looked in the mirror, and on seeing his reflection said, oh, it is our abbot's picture. He died last year. I want to take this to the monastery. Nakar and Maya remained silent, wondering about this curious experience that they had just had. I mean, seriously think, right? If you never knew what a mirror was, just think how shocking it would be to find one and never having seen one before. It would be quite shocking. The blind boy. Once there was a small village in which a young man who had been blind from birth lived. When he grew up, he wanted to do something beneficial for his parents as well as for the village, so he asked his father for advice. His father said, you cannot work in the paddy fields. You can, however, get up at dawn to awaken the villagers. Go to the main road and call out, villagers, the dawn has come. Wake up. It's time to go to the fields. The boy asked, yes, father, but what is dawn? The father explained, dawn is when the sky is red like the colour of parrot's beak. But the boy had never been able to see the red skies at dawn. Early morning he went to the main road of the village to awaken the villagers and shouted out, wake up all villagers, the dawn has come, let us go to the fields. The boy did well and was very happy by having this duty. And that is the end of the Burmese fairy tales, or Buerma, however you want to pronounce it. The last one actually in the book is The Tortoise and the Hare, and to be fair, we all know that story and I've told it a few times, so I am not going to be reading that again at all. So these folklore tales from Buerma, they actually come from Southeast Asia as well. That's the area, just in case you did not know. Of course, I thought I would tell you. Of course, there's many other different story tales from the same area, but that's this one finished for now, guys. Thank you for listening. Hit that like, share if you can, and if you've not yet subscribed, but find yourself coming back each time, then just please hit that subscribe button. It takes but a second. Thank you very much. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Buerma Fairytales Folktales. We're now on episode 4, I think. This is called A Traditional Physician Called Jivaka. There was once a woman named Talavate, who was very beautiful. She had a son and a daughter out of wedlock. When her son was born, she put him in a bamboo basket and abandoned him. Fortunately, on that day, Prince Abaya was on his way to see his father, King Bimbisara. He noticed some crows hovering, and when the servants went to investigate, they found the baby. The prince decided to adopt the baby and named him Javaka, meaning that the baby was found alive. When Javaka was older, he decided to learn a special skill, as he was amongst those of royal lineage. He chose to study medicine. Without seeking permission, Javaka secretly attended university and gained great knowledge from a very learned professor. In order to deepen his knowledge, the professor instructed him to get a hoe and to find a tree or plant with no medicinal properties within 12 miles of the city. Javaka searched high and low, but could not find even one. Javaka returned to the professor and told him he could not find any such plant. You already know about medicine extremely well, and can make it your profession for life, Javaka, he replied. After paying his respects and expressing gratitude to his professor, while homeward bound, he cured some sick people who could not be made well by anyone else. Javaka became famous and was known as the royal physician Javaka. The end. Very interesting story. We have one very similar to that, but not the same, but very similar. The next is called In the Life of a Quail. This story is about a time when Buddha was living the life of a quail, very safe in a nest under the protection of his quail parents. Being very young, he had not fully developed his wings and could not fly at that time. His parents brought him food from far away. One day, the forest where they were living caught fire. Sadly, his parents flew away without saving him. If they tried to save him, they all would have died as the fire spread rapidly. So he was left alone, trembling with fear. Buddha thought about what he should do. At last, he uttered a true saying, recognizing that he was without fully grown wings, and that's why his parents could not help him. As soon as he had spoken these words, the fire became less strong, and finally went out before reaching the nest. By reading this story, we learn that if anybody has difficulty, they can start to solve a problem by recognizing the truth. It's very true. By the way, it's not a monster you can hear snoring. That's a Lola. The next is called During a Past Life of Buddha. A lesson. Once there was a deep forest where many wild animals lived. Among them were monkeys ruled by a monkey king. One day, a hunter came to the forest to catch some animals. On arrival, there was heavy rain and strong winds. He felt troubled. At that moment, the king of the monkeys found him and rescued him. It helped the hunter and showed him how to go to his village. However, on the way, the ungrateful hunter tried to kill the monkey. The benevolent monkey still showed the hunter the way to the village. As the hunter reached the village, he sank into some soft earth and was trapped. We should not forget our benefactors who do so much to help. The hunter did not appreciate the kindness of the Monkey King. The end. It's a very interesting story indeed. That's it for this episode, but when we come back, we're going to go into tales of the Burmese traditional ways, which is definitely, these are what I'm mostly interested in because we have them in our country and they're in all different other countries as well. So when I read a story that I recognise sort of how we tell it in our country and then how we tell it in another country, I always love to see the differences because they are the same, they're only just slightly different, that's all. Thank you so much for listening. I apologise for Lola's snoring. She's in deep sleep right now. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Buerma, Fairytales of Folklore, I guess. This is called The Clever Ox. There was once a man who owned an ox named Nandi Vitharia. He was a kind man and loved the ox, as it was so hard-working. One day the ox recognized that the master fed it well and kept it in a good place and thought, that's why I need to be grateful to my master. It told the master to seek the rich man in town and tell him, my ox is very strong. It can pull 100 carts with sand and pebbles. I bet 1,000 kiets that this is possible. He placed the bet and poured a sweet-smelling fragrance over the ox. He said, dishonest ox, go and carry out your task. Nandi Vitharia, however, did not pull the carts because the master had called it dishonest. The ox became angry as it considered itself to be honest. The master asked, "What happened?" The ox replied, "What did I do wrong when working for you? Why did you call me dishonest? You can bet 2,000 cats this time, but speak kindly to me." The master carried out his suggestion, and the ox pulled the loads with ease. So the master won the money, and the ox got a prize. Showing appreciation encourages cooperation and achievement, which is true. So let's go to magical tales of princes and princesses and the royal life. Next is Shin Mulon and Min Nanda. Many years ago, there lived a king in a place called Okkalapa, situated on the banks of a river. He had one son called Prince Nanda, whom he loved very much. The prince had a clever parrot and a crocodile. On the other side of the river lived a princess in a palace. Her name was Shin Mulon. Her mother had passed away during her birth. The superstitious king thought that the princess brought bad luck and therefore would not let her near his palace. One day, the prince heard about the princess from his parrot and fell in love with her as he got to know more about her. The two young people began to exchange messages using the parrot, who could fly to each of them and repeat their words. Each night, the prince visited the princess by riding on the back of his crocodile. Nagamoyak. The prince could not visit during the daytime as the king's astrologer had warned that the prince would die in the water. The king did not allow his son to go near water. The crocodile had a rival called Malat-To. One day, the two crocodiles had a fight while the prince was returning from the princess's palace. At that time, Nagmoyak was very worried about his master, so he told him to hide in its mouth. However, being very wary after the fight, it forgot about its master. By the time it remembered, the prince was very poorly and soon passed away. When the princess learned of the news, she died of a broken heart. Soon afterwards, a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky as the mist from each side of the river met, representing the two young people. From this story, we learn that we should not be superstitious. If the king had not prevented his son from going near water, his son would have lived a longer and a happier life. The next tale is called A Greedy King. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a beautiful daughter whom he dearly loved. The king could be kind, but was also very greedy. One day, while on an outing, he came across a young person who was hungry and lost. He offered food and clothes and then returned to his palace. At night, while sitting by the window, an old man appeared and said, "Dear king, you were so kind. Do you recall helping someone with food and clothes? This was my grandchild. In return, I will give you the chance to wish for anything you'd like." The king replied, "If I touch anything with my hand, it will become gold." "Well," said the old man, "may your wish be granted." Then the old man went away. The next morning, while walking in the garden, the king touched some leaves and branches, and suddenly they turned into gold. When hungry, he picked up an apple. This too became gold. As his daughter approached him, he greeted her and held her. She immediately turned into a gold statuette. As the king was crying, the old man reappeared and asked, "Now what do you wish for most?" "I want my dearest daughter back, nothing else," replied the king. The old man smiled and said, "Now you can control your greedy mind." He removed the first wish, and when the king touched his daughter again, she became human once more. Then they lived happily ever after. The end. That's the next set of Buerma fairy tales or folk tales. We too have a story of a king that was greedy and was granted this wish of being able to touch things and they turned into gold. I like to see how it plays out in the various countries. I like to see the differences in it. It's very interesting. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to Buerma stories, fairy tales or folklore tales. This is called The Wonderful Cockerel. A long time ago, there were two brothers. One was poor and had to live in the forest, and the other was rich and lived comfortably in town. One day, the poor brother found a golden feather under a tree. To his amazement, when looking up, he saw a cock smiling at him from the branches above. He took the golden feather to his wealthy brother, who said, "It's beautiful, but it is of little value. I give you a silver coin for it." The trusting poor brother had never had such a precious item before, and unknowingly thought that a silver coin was a good price for the feather. The following day, the poor brother went again to the tree and found yet another golden feather. His dishonest brother once again bought the feather for a silver coin. This continued for many days. One day, as the poor boy, the brother that was poor, stooped down to pick up the golden feather, the cock crowed and said, "If anyone eats my heart, he will find 2 golden eggs every morning under his pillow." The poor brother told his brother about this, who said, "If you bring me the dead cock, I'll give you 1,000 silver coins." "I don't want your silver coins, but I want you to adopt my 2 sons so they can enjoy a comfortable life like you," he replied. The brother promised to adopt the sons in return for the dead cock. Early next morning, he went to the tree and shot the cock with his bow and arrow. He took his sons and the bird to his brothers. However, the boys were made to act as servants and cook the cock for dinner. In order to please their uncle, the boys obeyed. But, to their surprise, the heart of the cock jumped out of the cooking pot onto the floor. "Oh dear, we cannot serve it to uncle as it's dirty, and we'll have to throw it away. On the other hand, we're so hungry, let's share it and eat." When their uncle sat down for dinner, he looked in the dish for the cock's heart, but could not find it. He became angry and banished the boys from his house with harsh blows. The boys returned home to their father in tears. The following day, however, magically, each found a golden egg on wakening under the pillow. Their father sold them to an honest merchant, who gave them a fair price for the precious eggs. The family then became even richer than the rich brother. The end. Good lesson in that. The next is called 2 Otters and a Fish. Once upon a time, an otter caught a fish, but struggled to take it to shore as it was so big. It asked another otter for help, and both of them killed the prey. However, they argued when they tried to divide up the fish, as both wanted the middle part of the body. Finally, they had to ask a fox to settle their dispute. The fox proceeded to cut the fish into 3 slices, giving the head to one otter, the tail to the other, and keeping the middle part, saying it was the judge's fee. We should always remember that when people quarrel, there are usually others who are eager to profit from such situations. How true is that, guys? How true is that? Don't we know it? The next story is called Ma Puqui and the Small Snail. There once was a girl named Ma Puqui who was not making progress in her class. One day, her teacher told her to study a poem by heart. She was promised a prize from the teacher if she could recite it fluently. Her classmates, of course, also wanted the prize. Ma Puqui studied hard at home and found it difficult to learn the poem at first. She became upset, but then noticed a snail climbing up a fence with difficulty. It looked as though it would not succeed. In the end, however, it climbed up successfully, and this observation encouraged the girl to try harder. The following day at school, Ma Puqui recited the poem perfectly, whereas her classmates made mistakes. As the result, she won the prize. From this story, we learn that we have to try hard like this student. to succeed in life. That's very true. And that's the end of these few, I guess. And I tell them as fews because they are only short. Fairy tales, folk tales. Thank you so much for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. These are folklore and fairy tales from Buerma. The crow is as proud as the peacock, is the first one. There was once a beautiful crow who wanted to be as beautiful as a peacock. It found some peacock feathers and placed them on its body, and then went in search of some real peacocks. However, the peacocks knew the truth. You are not a member of the peacock family. You're a crow, they said disdainfully. The angry peacocks then started to peck at the crow and plucked off the crow's real feathers as well as the colourful peacock plumage, causing the crow a lot of pain. Even all the crows rejected the boastful crow and said, "You are too proud. Go away and don't come back." They banished it to a far-off place, and thus it was hated by both the crows and the peacocks. The dejected crow remembered its mistake forevermore. The White Swan. Once upon a time there was a very poor man. He managed to buy a beautiful swan with very soft feathers. Amazingly, the swan laid one golden egg every day, and the man was able to sell these and gain a lot of money. However, he became greedy and wanted more. The cruel man killed the swan, thinking he would find many golden eggs inside the body. To his dismay, he found none and lost both, a beautiful swan and its golden eggs. We have that story in the UK, but in the UK it's called The Golden Goose. The next story, The Three Sisters. In far bygone days, there was a widow who had 3 daughters. The girls lived in a tiny house in the forest. A tiger was also in the forest and watched out for the girls, hoping to hunt them down. One day, the mother said to the girls, "I'll go out to look for food. Don't go out and don't let anyone in." Then she set off. The tiger saw the mother leave, and an hour later, the tiger went to the house and knocked on the door. One of the girls, Magie, went to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "This is me, your mother," replied the tiger. "May I see your eyes?" "Why are your eyes so red?" replied Magie. "I was worried about you and cried on the way home," answered the tiger. "May I see your hands?" "Why are your hands so big and dirty?" The tiger replied, "I helped with planting on a farm and so my hands became dirty." The girls unwisely opened the door and then ran away and climbed a tree while the tiger chased them. The tiger asked, "How can I climb up?" Magie gave a tricky response. "Pour oil onto the tree." The tiger went back to the house, brought some oil and poured it onto the tree. However, it could not climb up the tree as it was so slippery. Then Magie's sister, this was Magie, shouted, "Chop the tree down with an axe." The tiger got an axe and started to chop the tree down. The girls were very fearful and cried out to the Lord of the Sky to save them. The Lord of the Sky sent down a basket and a rope, and the girls went up into the sky. The tiger made the same request and climbed into another basket going up into the sky. However, the rope was old and finally broke, and the tiger fell to the ground and died. The girls became as fairies of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Oh, that's a really beautiful story. I like that. Doesn't start off beautiful, but it ends very beautiful. Thank you for listening to these Buerma stories, fairy tales. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Korean fairy tale is called The Magic Invasion of Seoul. A gentleman of Seoul was one day crossing the Han River in a boat. In the crossing, he nodded for a moment, fell asleep and dreamed a dream. In his dream, he met a man who had Gothic eyes and almond eyes. And it does say that. He dreamt he met a man who had Gothic eyes and almond eyes, whose face was red as ripened dates, and whose height was 8 cubits and a span. He was dressed in green and had a long beard that came down to his belt string. A man of majestic appearance he was, with a great sword at his side, and he rode on a red horse. He asked the gentleman to open his hand, which he did, and then the august stranger dashed a pen mark on it as a sign of the god of war. Said he, "When you cross the river, do not go direct to Seoul, but wait at the landing. 7 horses will shortly appear, loaded with network hampers, all proceeding their journey to the capital. You are to call the horsemen. Upon your hand, show them the sign. When they see it, they will all commit suicide in your very presence. After that, you're able to take the loads and pile them up, but don't look into them. Then you are to go at once and report the matter to the palace and have them all burned. The matter is of immense importance, so do not fail in the slightest particular." The gentleman gave a great start of terror and awoke. He looked at his hand, and there, indeed, was a strange mark. Not only so, but the ink had not yet dried upon it. He was astonished beyond measure, absolutely astonished, but did as the dream had indicated, and waited on the river's bank. In a little while, there came, as he was advised, the 7 loads on 7 horses, coming from the far distant south. There were attendants in charge, and one man wearing an official coat came along behind. When they had crossed the river, the gentleman called them, and he said, "I have something to say to you. Come close to me." These men, unsuspecting, though with somewhat of a frightened look, closed up. He then showed them his hand with the mark, and asked them if they knew what it was. When they saw it, first of all, the man in the official coat turned, and with one bound jumped over the cliff into the river. The 8 or 9 who accompanied the loads likewise all rushed after him and dashed into the water. The scholar then called the horsemen and explained to them that the things in the hampers were dangerous, that he would have to make it known to the palace, and that, in the meantime, they were to keep close guard, but they were not to touch them or look at them. He hurried as fast as possible and reported the matter to the Board of War. The board sent an official and had the loads brought into Seoul, and then, as had been directed, they were piled high with wood and set on fire. When the fire developed, the baskets broke up, and little figures of men and horses, each an inch or so long, in countless numbers, came tumbling out. When the officials saw this, they were frozen with fear. Their hearts ceased beating and their tongues lolled out. In a little, however, the hampers were all burned up. These were the creation of a magician and were intended for a monster invasion of Seoul, until warned by Kwan. From that time, the people of Seoul began faithful offerings to the god of war, for had he not saved the city? The end. And that is the story of how the god of war saved Seoul from a terrible invasion. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Korean Fairy Tales. This one's called Haunted Houses. There once lived a man in Seoul called Yi Chang, who frequently told us an experience of his own. The following story. He was poor and had no home of his own, so he lived much in quarters loaned to him by others. When hard pressed, he even went into haunted houses and lived there. Once, after falling to find a place, he heard of such house in Inktown, one of the wards of Seoul, at the foot of the South Mountain, which had been haunted for generations and was now left vacant. Chang investigated the matter and finally decided, I shall take possession. First, to find whether it was really haunted or not, he called his elder brothers, Hugh and Haw, and 5 or 6 of his relatives, and had them help clean it out and sleep there. The house had one upper room that was fast locked. Looking through a chink, there was seen to be in the room a tablet chair and stand for it. Also, there was an old harp without any strings, a pair of worn shoes, and some sticks and bit of wood, and nothing else was in the room. Dust lay thick as though it had gathered through long years of time. The company, after drinking wine, sat round the table, played many games, watching the night through. When it was late, towards midnight, they suddenly heard the sound of harps and a great multitude of voices, though the words were mixed and unintelligible. It was as though many people were gathered and carousing a feast. The company then consulted as to what they should do. One drew a sword and struck a hole through the partition that looked into the tower. Instantly, there appeared from the other side a sharp blade thrust outwards towards them. It was blue in colour. In fear and consternation, they desisted from further interference with this place, but the sound of the harp and the revelry kept up till the morning. The company broke up at daylight, withdrew from the place, and never again dared to enter. In the south ward, there was another haunted house, of which Chang desired possession of. So he called his friends and brothers once more to make the experiment and see whether it was really haunted or not. On entering, they found 2 dogs within the enclosure, one black, one tan, lying upon the open veranda, one at each end. Their eyes were fiery red, and though the company shouted at them, they did not move. They neither barked nor bit. But when midnight came, these 2 animals got up and went down into court and began baying at the inky sky in a way most ominous. They went jumping back and forth at that time too. There came someone round the corner of the house, ceremonial robes. The 2 dogs met him with great delight, jumping up before and behind. Joy at his coming. He ascended in the veranda and sat down. Immediately 5 or 6 multicoloured demons appeared and bowed before him in front of the open space. The man then led the demons and dogs 2 or 3 times round the house. They rushed up into the veranda and jumped down to the court. Backwards and forwards they came and went, till at last all of them mysteriously just disappeared. The devils went into a hole underneath the floor, while the dogs went up to their quarters and simply lay down. The company from the inner room had seen all of this. When daylight came, they examined the place, looked through the chinks of the floor, but saw only an old, worn-out sieve and a few discarded brooms. They went behind the house and found another old broom poked with the chimney. They ordered a servant to gather them up and have all of them burned. The dogs lay as they were all day long, and neither ate nor moved. Some of the party wished to kill the brutes, but were afraid, so fearsome was their appearance. This night again they remained, desiring to see if the same phenomena would appear, and again at midnight the two dogs got down into the court, began barking up at the sky. The man in ceremonial robes again came, and devils, just as the day before, all the same. The company, in fear and disgust, left the following morning, did not try again. A friend, hearing this of Chang, went and asked about it from Hugh and Haw, and they confirmed the story. There is still another tale of a graduate who was out of house and home and went into a haunted dwelling in Ink Town, which was said to have had the tower where the mysterious sounds were heard. They opened the door, broke out the window, took out the old harp, the spirit chair, the shoes and sticks, and burned them. Before the fire had finished its work, one of the servants fell down and died. The graduate, seeing this in fear and dismay, put out the fire, restored the things, and left the house. Again, there was another homeless man who tried it, and in the night, a woman in a blue skirt came down from the loft and acted in a peculiar and uncanny way. The man, seeing this, picked up his belongings and left. Again in South Kettletown, there were a number of woodmen who in the early morning were passing behind the haunted house, when they found an old woman sitting. She was weeping under a tree. They thinking her an evil bogey, one man came up behind her and gave her a thrust with his sickle. The witch rushed off into the house, her height appearing to be only about 1 cubit a span. The end. And that's the story of the haunted houses, a Korean fairy tale. Thank you for listening, and many blessings.